Greek mythology.
That was it. That was the only thing there.
I'm trying. I'm desperately trying to hoover it. I can't do it. It's too much. It's too much for this little boy to eat. But I'm not going to force you guys to listen to me eat. I can turn the mic off. I'm not stupid. That's actually not true. I am very stupid. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. All right, guys. It's me. It's Dr. D. I'm here yet again. The Deezaster zone begins anew.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. Listen, Rylan, as someone who has lived in Florida after a hurricane, where you lose your power for potentially weeks, which has happened in the middle of the summer. Yeah, because it's like August, so it's like ungodly hot. Um, I would say drink responsibly, consume gallons of alcohol, and don't stop. If you feel like you're about to pass out from heat exhaustion, that means it's working. That's not doctor approved, but that's Dr. D approved. Okay, you don't drink? Okay, well, you're definitely gonna wanna. I don't drink a lot either. Save you? I would definitely say, because you're in Tennessee area, right? So like the humidity's probably not great, but there's definitely worse. 86 degrees inside. Yeah, 86 is pretty uncomfortable. Congratulations. I'm glad I could help in some way. Um, I don't know. I don't know what your Dan just turned 8 this week. Congratulations, Dan. I knew you could do it. All right, one more mouthful, and then Kara's got to take this away from me. Well, thankfully, Tim not being helpful, that extends to a lot of things. That's not just your AC unit problem. Because a lot of times he'll try and talk to me. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just a messenger. He didn't say it was his fault. He said he's no help. Okay, just to check with you guys, I don't have like that double microphone thing going on again. I think I fixed it. Was it the U word or the P word? Check. Useless pleb. Pleb was the bad word. That is an unforgivable. That's an unforgivable sin to say the word pleb. Romans would not be allowed in the stream. It can be useless, but it can be a pleb. It is kind of a don't show that on stream. Automagato. Yeah, okay. Yeah, hi everybody. Hi, I see Josh. I see Kara in a variety of ways. I see Streamlabs. Welcome, Streamlabs. I really appreciate the hard work.
Hello, Kara. Thank you for being there in the background. You are truly the star of the Dr. D show.
Yeah, I was in the middle of it. I got interrupted. Hi, Wilmar. And Dan. Congratulations on turning 8, Dan. I knew you had it in this whole time. Okay, so, I left you guys this morning, technically. Just like she's on Calamity Check, that's true. Oh, Dan, did you listen to the new upload of it? Like, we re-uploaded it. I didn't get a chance to listen to it while I was commuting today. I can Why am I? Oh, it's because I turned me down because yesterday we were trying to figure out what the problem was. I can turn it down a little bit though. Yeah. Did you listen to the new upload, Dan? Because we hopefully fixed the vinyl popping problem.
I attempted to fix it.
Yeah, well.
I'm not gonna say that I fixed it.
That's why I said attempt.
Your opinion matters, Dan.
In all the right ways. While he's typing a very thoughtful response, I will go over what we did yesterday. So yesterday we were painting Uller and Artemis, which are the 2 doggos from the Apex keyword in Malifaux. They came out really good. Actually, I've gotten a lot of compliments about this one. But they're 2 bloodhounds, and
Why
they...
do people like that one?
What?
Why do people like that one?
That's not what I said.
You said I got a lot of compliments about this one.
I'm just saying this paint situation. I think I might have showed it with the grass and all that. They've been vinyl sprayed, so as you might be able to tell, a lot of the... I have my speakers all the way because I could barely hear you, and I just got a scare when you turned up.
Sorry.
I blew your eardrums apart. Ha! Oh, I'm sorry, Lindsay. That is, I did see you. I forgot to say hi. Tell Tim he needs to get in this stream, because he misses a lot of really good jokes that I have to send him later, and he has to ask me why we were looking at small soldiers last night. So, yeah, I think they came out really good. There's Uller. He always gets taken. Artemis, I think, is a flex pick, but Uller, I think, is going to get taken in all kinds of lists. Yeah, really, really happy with this. Really, really happy. And then Artemis, I put a little bit more gloss coat on that little pond thing, or not the pond. That's not big enough to be a pond. Dylan, you do this. Why doesn't it just focus? What is that there? Yeah, but I put a little bit more. Alright, my computer's about to have a freak out because I just spilled water all over the keyboard. Can I have a towel? Entertain yourselves real quick. I gotta clean up a mess.
Man, Rylan, you like advertise NashCon every night. You should do a podcast. You got all the stuff to say.
Well, I definitely won't be typing anything today. Just hang that upside down or something. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, painted the dogs. Came out really good. Very happy with them. Don't know why it won't focus. The music's not that loud! Alright, let me see if I can fix it. There we go. Can't hear me over the blare? I just turned myself up. Yeah, she talks to the screen, like you guys can hear her through the screen. I don't know why. She said that you should start a podcast because you always advertise NashCon. Yeah, I don't know why she does it either. Something happened. I got some varnish on this dog. I got varnish where I don't want it. Okay, so yeah, they came out really good. I'm pretty happy with her. Yeah, her. Can you hear me now? Like, is the sound good? Holy crap! Yep. No, I was gonna send some alpha miles your way and not ship them. Hey man, whatever. You can send me whatever you want. I guess it depends on how long you want it to wait in a box. Yeah, but pretty happy. So yeah, I think yesterday was a pretty resounding success as far as painting goes. So hopefully we can have a repeat today. So what we're going to do today is I want to paint these rangefinder tools for Shatterpoint, which are very, very similar to the ones that they use for MCP, where they have like different ranges on them. So we're going to paint them like I don't know, just metal, I guess. I thought originally they were going to be like Beskar or something, but I think Beskar might be a little shinier than what we're going to do. So there's a pretty good video of this. Okay, well, I guess just the computer in general is going to be freaking out. I might not have any control over my computer because of that water that just spilled. So I admit I'm a little tilted. I apologize. And that's what happens when you try to do too much too fast. Yeah, the Shatterpoint rangefinders. Okay, so we're gonna be painting them like metal. There's a video for this. I don't know what it's. I don't know who did it because my computer's. I'm about to throw my computer out the window, so I can't necessarily get it for you. I can look it up on the phone. It is by it's by John Ho, ironically enough. Famous for appearing in my life over and over again. I may not be able to do the whip thing because I can't click on anything. So I may not be able to do that. We'll see. Okay, so yeah, it's by John Ho, and essentially it's him going over how he painted his rangefinders, which we're gonna kind of emulate. We're not gonna do exactly how he did it. Yeah, 37 Time Warner doing it. Yeah, absolutely. This is the one and the same. Don't get me started on that. So yeah, we're gonna try and do something emulating it. Thankfully, it doesn't look like it's too hard. John Ho uses a lot of like enamels and stuff, which is something that he's kind of famous for. And then we're also hopefully we're gonna finish Lando, because tomorrow I would like to pack all this stuff and send it off to Jesse and get it out of my life. Because every day I look at it, it makes me not want to paint models anymore. These are not for you, Tizzy. They are in fact not for you. Okay, so in order to do this, we're going to need a dry brush, which I thought I had one specifically for things like this. Yeah, I do. Okay, here it is. Yep. So it was a Monument Hobby dry brush. These rounded, tipped dry brushes have been kind of all the rage lately. It's really good. It's a really, really good airbrush. Dry brush. I'm off kilter already. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna essentially add texture to this thing, and then eventually we're gonna like start refining it, and then we're gonna use washes and enamels. He uses enamels. I don't use enamels because they're kind of hard to get a hold of. But obviously we'll go along with it, and it'll be a learning experience for everybody. I may not be able to do the whip thing because yeah, my computer is not responding. So if we lose the stream, I'll probably have to restart my entire computer. And I may not be able to get back in because I have a password and I can't type. Can you link the arc? No, I can't. I cannot. I've been using a Wet and Wild makeup brush as a dry brush. Yeah, that definitely, that's a good way to do it. I used to have a bunch of those. I think I must have thrown them away one of the times in one of the days I moved. Oh, yeah, actually, hey, here you go. Yeah, I still have this one. Pretty good dry brush. Actually, I might do it. I might use this for this because this one's looking a little rough. This one I gotta rehab this one. It's not looking so great. Spray team uses makeup brushes for... Yeah, makeup brushes are great. Definitely recommend them for big pieces of terrain for sure. I can't link the article because my computer isn't working. Because I just spilled water all over it. But it's Jonathan Ho, painting his measurement tools. I mean, I'm sure if you put in that in the YouTube search, it'll probably come up. I don't play, and they'd have a better home. I don't play, and they'd have a better home there. I'll take some pics and post them in Discord. Like I said, we may not be able to do that. I heard Kara saying, "Oh no, I was gonna send some alpha." Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, whatever, man. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna add some texture to these things. So they're gonna be black. So what we're gonna do first, before we start adding like a metal color to it, is we're gonna use some kind of blue-black color. If you want to do this too, you don't need to use the exact paints. I'm not using the same exact paints as John Ho. He uses a brand that I have never heard of. But whatever, that's fine. Each their own. He does a single stick, but we're gonna hopefully do all of them. The tough one's gonna be this one, because a lot of these you don't have to paint both sides, because we're not looking at that side. So I guess we'll do this one first. So what you do, what we're going to do is we're just going to stipple. So we're just going to get some on the brush. Doesn't have to be a whole lot. You don't want it to clump up too much, because then you'll start getting weird things. But what we're going to do is we're just going to start tapping. And it's going to give it that beaten texture. Now, we've been doing a lot of this on the stream for a variety of things. So it's interesting that when we do it on something bigger, the technique itself really doesn't change much. Just because of the fact that the technique itself is the same, it's just the size of the thing that we're painting. And I'll show you in a second what it looks like after you do like a single coat of this. So, as an example, that's what it looks like after you give it some you dab it. You dab on it. You can see the difference. It's got like a beaten kind of, I don't know, weathered is the right word, but it definitely gives it like more texture. So we're just going to do the whole stick, or whatever you want to call this thing. So what are you guys painting? Haite, yep. Shatterpoint for stream tomorrow, yep. Trying to get the motivation to start Django. Actually, I was actually kind of surprised at how fun Django was. That one actually came together pretty easily. Like, he's mostly just like 2 or 3 colors. Just don't forget that his undersuit is actually purple, it's not blue. Which is very misleading. But the undercoat is definitely, his undersuit thing is definitely not a color that you would suspect it to be. Because in the movie, it looks a lot different than what it actually looks like. Yeah, it's like purple or violet. But only the part of it that isn't his chest, I think. I think the chest armor that might be black. Because for the longest time, I thought it was blue. But then I looked it up, and I was like, oh, actually... Because I was thinking it was like a really, really dark blue. No, it's like purple or violet or something. But again, not the whole thing. It's really weird. Like, you don't see it in the movie at all. Unless you're really paying attention. And this is one of those streams where I don't have anything really big to do tomorrow morning, so this stream ends when these are done. Or if my computer completely demolishes itself. And starting a Magistrate of Zeech, likely a Malifaux mini. Ooh! That's exciting. You know what? We'll still do the whip thing. I just have to do it on my phone. So it's going to be it's going to be hobo stream today. We're going full hobo. More hobo than usual. I should have put that in the title. Superior hobo stream. I've been spray team uses makeup brushes, high tech. Yeah, the high tech. I saw your picture in the local Discord. It looked yellow. I liked it already. Did you finish the Bishi? The Bishi is completely done. You just haven't figured out your basing or something, right? Like that was the thing that you weren't completely sure on. Josh. And when you're doing the measuring tools, make sure you get the side, because that is technically a part of it. My basing and the sword. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, right. Because you wanted to do like did you want to do a glowy sword? Well, so Dan was saying that he was painting a redacted model for the stream. Are you painting something that you can actually talk about, Lindsay, or is it hush hush? We'll get to it then, dude. What are you doing painting a high tail? You gotta finish your model. I mean, I can teach you how to do a sword. That's easy. Glowy swords are easy. Or do what everybody else does and just watch John Ho. He's probably got a video on it or something. I asked for your link in this one. I can't find the video. I asked for you. I asked. Which link? Oh, you mean the. Oh, you mean the. I can't. I can't. I can't use my computer right now. Oh, you put on Bad Batch. You know, actually, I was watching somebody use them at the store locally. They seem pretty. They seem pretty good. Glowy green one. Well, I didn't do a blog article or anything. I just painted it. I just used the same colors as the one I did with Mysterio. 1, 2. I gave you an extra one because I was gonna take a sip regardless, and then you forced me to drink 2 more. Although you're not playing, Lindsay, right? You're just painting them for. Did I roll a wild? Like, are they doing that this week? Are they playing Shatterpoint this week? And today the Rebellion dies back. Yeah. Rebellion dies is. Oh, who is that? I was more making a joke about the H2O. No comprende. That one went over me.
Try it. You want to try it?
Let me finish what I'm doing.
Because if it doesn't work, I'm going to take all the buttons off.
Yeah, you might have to do that. It was quite a bit of water. There you go. See how that makes it look like a beaten up, more of like a beaten up texture. So that when we do the metal on top of it, it'll actually make it look like it's a used metal stick, I guess. If you know what I'm saying. I will say, I think the makeup brush might be a little too soft. You get good details, but you really gotta stab it. Okay, let's see if the keyboard works. Yeah, I'm not so sure. Yeah, I don't think I have a keyboard for today. No, it went all over the keyboard. Today I was making it correct. Yep, Tim and Dan. Versio and yeah, I have no idea who that is. No, it went all over the keyboard. Oops, all black and red pack pretty much. Yeah. I have a feeling that's gonna be common when it comes to like the evil people. Let's try it with the other brush.
Still no.
Yeah, it's not working. That keyboard is not. I don't like that keyboard anyway. So if it doesn't work ever again, I really don't care. Got a little more control with the tinier brush. I feel like with this one though, I'm gonna stab the primer right off. I think it works. I think it's just gonna take too long. Again, might not be a huge deal if you're painting a single stick, but when you're painting 5 of these things, I got life to live. Well, if anybody is curious, wait till I roll a wild. It should be tomorrow. Sounds like you're playing Shatterpoint. Bunch of stuff I've never heard of. Well, at least some of it I haven't heard of. They will be using sticks similar to these. They won't be these, but they'll be close. Shatterpoint rocks. It does have some rocks in it. I think some of the terrain for it is rocks. I don't want to paint those though. And if Dan and Tim are playing it, it's probably going to be funny. You don't need to worry about it being like too competitive or anything. Those guys are usually goofing off just to have fun. I don't know. Maybe that'll be on the vote thing. Maybe I'll put on. Maybe we can paint some specific rocks from Shatterpoint. Game is rad. Game is wad, man, wad. You know what, Cliffjumper? I think you're rad. How about that? You ever think about that? No, I bet you didn't. Well, now I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now. I'm laying the hard truth on you. You're rad. That's good. Don't argue with me. I'm a doctor. I know better. Team Legion down here. You mean Team Legion as in you just prefer Legion to Shatterpoint, or is there like actually a rivalry between the two games? Like, do you guys meet up and do a little West Side Story like snap battle in front of like a Denny's? Mainly because I refuse to start another meet. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know, man. War crows are coming. And just like that meme of the guy standing in front of like a tornado as it's coming around, he's like, it's coming.
Are you going to be allowed to paint them on the street?
I think so. I haven't checked to see if I got the email. I gotta wait for the box to get here. This, I can definitely paint that. Because that's from a convention. But Shatterpoint, I'm sorry, Warcrow will be painted on here. I'm the one derivative in PCN that doesn't play a lot of MCP or Shatterpoint, really. So it might be misleading to come to me and think that we're going to be playing these other games. No, I just prefer, but it's IHOP, not Denny's. I don't know about that. I think I've seen... I'll be honest, I don't think I've seen a whole lot of IHOPs or Denny's up here since we've moved up here.
That IHOP in Quincy?
That's the only one I can think of. That's the only IHOP I'm aware of. I think I've seen more Denny's. But I don't think we've seen a lot of those either.
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of more out in the country, not in the city.
Yeah, for sure. Oddly enough, I think Massachusetts does it right. It's mostly like local, little mom and pop,
the
like
city, for sure.
yeah, like little Jewish Jewish like delis and stuff like that.
Like even the local chains are small chains.
Yeah.
And then when you get like out of the city and in the suburbs, then you get more like some of the national chains like IHOP.
Yeah.
Like the local chains like 99.
Yep. Because I don't think I've seen a 99 in the city.
No, I haven't either.
Can you make sure that print's doing okay? But yeah, that's something I've noticed since we've been up here. Is oddly there's like a lot more like small, locally owned, more locally owned businesses, are in the city, which I was kind of shocked. There's an IHOP behind the old AO location. Yeah, that's the one we were talking about. That's the only one that I can think of since we've been up here. Nahua, I'm assuming that's supposed to be Nashua, and Manchester. Okay, I don't usually go to those towns, so it's not surprising I don't know they're there. Believe it or not, I don't have a lot of reasons to be in those two towns. I'm not looking for IHOPs. But I guess I should if there's Legion and Shatterpoint players getting into snap battles. That would be a great use of an afternoon. They are spread out. I've seen a bunch. Okay. So they're up here. They're just not where I'm going. How dare they? How dare they not put those nearby where I can see them at all times? That's rude. I gotta get it in there deep. 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 They are spinning Shatterpoint LVO. Yes. LVO does have Shatterpoint. That's true. Buy your tickets through the link that will pop up in the chat thing from stream. I can't type it out, but I think if you do exclamation point Frontline Gaming FLG, I think it'll pop up. But you can buy a ticket. And if you buy it through the link, it does actually directly help us out. So if you're gonna go, use the link, please. Tim will be very happy. He'll see it and he'll be like, "Wow." Also, Rylan was asking if anybody's going to NashCon from the PCN crowd. I don't know. I know Tim is always talking about it, but I don't know if he's actually going to go this year because it's I feel like it's like that weekend he's like it's like something special is always going on that weekend. It's like is it Lindsay, is it your birthday or something? I feel like it's somebody's birthday. It's not his because his is on ACO. Is it your kid? It's your firstborn kid? I think it's his birthday. Shatterpoint and LVO tickets are almost sold out. Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, so if that's the case, you definitely want to buy them now. Don't wait. I went to LVO once. It's an experience, actually. It's pretty cool. I would definitely recommend you go if those games are what you want to play. There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of hype for those games there. That's for sure. AMG presents well at LVO. Actually, at most FLG events. It's probably, I would say AMG might be like second or definitely at least third biggest for all their conventions these days. I'm running Shatterpoint. Oh, congratulations, buddy. Or else I would. Last I saw, they have sold almost 80% of all tickets, which is wild for one weekend. Yeah, it's crazy. Vegas is worth the trip. If you haven't been there before, especially, it's fun. The city itself is fun. The event is fun. A lot of like different things you can do while you're there. Thankfully, Vegas is like one of those cities that doesn't like go to sleep. So there's always like something to do. And you don't have to worry about like getting out of your event late and then not being able to do something. Like you might want to go to bed just because you probably got like events you're doing the next day, but it's not like one of those situations where by the time you finish the whole town is already shut down, which definitely helps at like smaller, more local cons. Are you just running, what are they called, challengers? Cliff Jumper? Or are you doing any, like, narrative-y type stuff? Like gymnastics or whatever? I'm not sure if there's, like, a lot of formats like that for Shatterpoint quite yet. I know there's, like, frenemies and stuff like that, which just sound like the normal game with just some list building constraints. Like, I don't think the, like, actual gameplay loop has changed much in those. No gameplay won't change. Are you just running the one event, or are you doing? I'm assuming you're doing like a last chance league or not league, last chance event. You'll probably have the main event, which goes to top 8, and then do you do a like the thing where you're not part of the top 8? Yeah, okay, yeah. Is it the 3 that I just said? Something tells me it's the 3 I just said. One each day. So I'm assuming it's a last chance, the main event, and then the next day is like the top 8. The cutoff, and then also like everybody else. The everybody else event. frenemies on day 1, grand tournament day 2, top 9 day 3, and a team. Okay, so you do the team event for essentially the people that didn't get top 8 or 9. Why 9? Wouldn't that put somebody? Okay, it is. Okay, top 8. Got it. I was gonna say top 9. Wouldn't somebody get a bye? Oh, just do what I do and pour a entire glass of water on your keyboard. I get it. My hand sounds like a machine gun. Yeah. I'm so fast. I'm so fast. Well, sweet. I wish you the best of jump. Best of... I can't speak today. Best of luck. That's what I'm trying to say. Because LVO is... I know it's end of the year. Or is it end of the year? No, it's like April. Right? It's like March or April or something like that. Yeah, because LVO already happened. I'm thinking Gen Con. Gen Con's August. January. Okay, it's January. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys are even remotely interested in... AMG games are cool in that you don't always... Like, if you go to the right events, you don't have to be necessarily competitive. I will say that LVO is where the competitiveness goes. So if you go to the main event, I expect there's definitely gonna be some people who bring the most smashy stuff they can bring. But I would even venture to say that if you're gonna go there to play in the main event, I would say still go, because even if you lose your first game, you're gonna go down into the bracket where the people who are playing just to giggle, giggly people, which is really cool about a lot of those big events, because I think a lot of people get really intimidated by the fact that, like in MCP, like Schooner's gonna show up or whatever, and you see him and you're like, oh, okay, that guy's gonna literally smash and eat my face. But a lot of times the really good players are also very friendly, so they're really good ways to like learn how to play. MCP, yeah, and right, and that's what I'm saying is the game formats for MCP, where they like break that loop. A lot of times the really competitive people don't really play those. So if you go there to play events like that, you're gonna have a great time, because I think almost everybody's going there to goof off. But I don't think Shatterpoint's figured out their formats quite yet. Frenemies, I think, is as close as it gets. But the actual like gameplay loop isn't really all that altered, right? Where it's like with gymnastics, it's like you can create a completely new character by just giving them a gem. You know what I mean? You are a giggly people, Josh. That's true. That's very, very true. Okay, so that's that part. Then let's see what the next part is. Okay, so then he goes into a dark sea gray. Okay, so he's like working up grays. Okay. Do I have a darker sea gray? I think this would do. That's probably not too bad. Work up to a bright gray, bright neutral gray. Because you want like a little bit of blue to it. We're looking to use gray blues. I don't have a ton of those, admittedly. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. You know? You know? Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm after. Okay. How do we do this? This isn't even your first event, right, Cliff Jumper? You said that you've done events before? I'm just trying to see what colors he's using. Are you local to like LVO area, like the Las Vegas area? Oh, you live in Phoenix? I was born in Phoenix. Yeah, I was born in Clemson. Oh yeah, Glendale's not far at all. I think my dad went there for college. There's like a engineering college there, I think. This might be tricky. I thought he was gonna use different colors. Bit. Question of what? How do I want to do this? Oh, we're just gonna kind of ad-lib it. Yeah, my dad went to my dad went to college a long time ago. Oh my God, how long ago would that have been? I wasn't born yet, so I was born in 1992, so he must have went there in like the 80s at least, right? Okay, we're definitely going to switch to a smaller brush on this one. So everybody say goodbye to the makeup brush. Bye, makeup brush. Goodbye. You gotta love them when you have them. And you just miss them when you don't have them anymore. I think so. Something about Phoenix. I didn't think that Phoenix was that close to Vegas. Actually, I find that pretty surprising. Okay, so for this, in order to create the idea of the gradient we're trying to do, we're going to stick mostly to like the center of the stick. And the actually, you know what, I'm gonna switch to one. This one might still be a little wet side, but you'll notice that as you do more and more of these like dabbing things, when you stipple, it will, in a lot of ways, highlight it, or not highlight. It'll blend itself. That's why things with rougher textures tend to blend so much easier, because you can use the roughness, the imperfection of it as an advantage to you. Like as an example. And remember, it's going to be kind of like an non-metal metallic version. So as you can see there, you notice how it starts to create like a highlighting type effect. But it's also like creating its own kind of texture. And the more you stipple it, and you got to give it like space to breathe, right? If you do it like so many times that it just becomes an opaque layer in itself, then it kind of defeats the purpose, right? But you know, do something like that. And then in this case, just do a little dry brushing on the edge, just to give it that metal bar look. And this paint might be a little too watery for this, but I'm not John Ho, and I'm not painting this for me, so he gets what he gets, in all honesty. And I probably won't spend a lot of time on the sides of the thing. This might be the only highlight I do on it, just to kind of break up the texture of it. And so then again, you kind of look at the side of that. And we're going to use some enamels and stuff, or not enamel. Well, not enamel. We're going to use washes and stuff to really smooth a lot of this stuff out. And so if you kind of pull what the colors we're going to use, so it's mostly going to be like browns and stuff, and pull it down towards where it's darker, a lot of that is it's going to look really cool. Just believe me. I don't want to have to explain. That's too hard. That would require me to know what I'm talking about. Just believe everything I say without question. That's how this works. That's the kind of relationship we got. I will say, whatever brushes you use for this, you will, I don't want to say destroy, but they quickly become the brush that you repeatedly use for doing these kinds of things, because they can't do much else after a while, after you do a lot of stippling. Stippling is a very good way to destroy a brush. And just as an example, again, like this is what it's going to look like when it's done. It's still a little on the wet side, but you're going to get this like kind of beaten up texture, and then as an example, this is what it looked like before, and then this is after I do like one pass over with it, and you can clearly see it transforming into something. It's pretty cool. And again, the end goal is that it's going to look like a bar of some kind of space metal or whatever. The fact that it's going to be painted at all, usually, is better than nothing. So we are definitely going to be abandoning the script from John Ho's way of doing it, because I don't have the paints that he does. He's using like sea grays, which is a great idea. If you have a sea gray, I actually probably would go that way. I just don't have those. So I'm going to kind of go off the beaten path here, do my own thing. I will say stippling is a very good workout for your hand, because you're constantly doing like little elbow movements. Hi, Rylan. Your internet's back. Congratulations, buddy. Did your AC like permanently break, or is that also like on its way back? Did you have like an electrical surge or something? Or are you just having a rough day? Welcome back. Welcome back regardless. So yeah, if you want a really good way to tone your like forearms, stipple a lot. Yes, you see that? It's starting to look like a beaten up bar or something. That's what it looks like with the texture. That's what it looks like without. Dr.D's nuts. Dude, nuts. Got him. This is gonna take a while. So there you go. That's what it looks like after you stab it 500 billion times. Make sure you get the edges. And let's just kind of keep trucking. So,
Tell me if you heard this one. My friend keeps saying, cheer up man, it could be worse. You could be stuck underground in a hole full of water.
Sure.
I know he means well.
Well. I got it before I heard it. That's a good one. Classic. Classic. Good job. That was Josh. Well done. Very good dad joke. I got a little too concentrated in that area, but honestly, I'm not really all that worried about it because I think once we start doing the other stuff, I think it'll, if anything, it'll kind of give it a little bit of a differing look. So it'll give it a little variation in tone. Isn't that cool looking? Now my gradient jump is a little higher than John Ho's, which is fine. Whatever, it'll just look like a different kind of metal. So you can even do this for your MCP stuff if you wanted to paint it looking like metal, which probably wouldn't be too bad of an idea, especially if you're like Tizzy and you play Brotherhood. You know, a piece of metal that Magneto could throw. So you could throw every single measurement tool, because he can do that as long as you got the power. You might want to walk in with 10 power, do your throw, maybe 1 or 2 throws, do an attack. Hopefully you'll be able to build enough power off of that for you to do another couple throws. Don't talk to me. Jay, don't talk to me or my son ever again. Hi, Spidey, dude. Have you been in the Deezaster zone yet? I know we've talked in the chat when Tim's playing games. I don't know if you've ever actually been to a Deezaster zone yet. Welcome. Thank you for the resub. We really appreciate that. But yeah, if you haven't been to a Deezaster zone, welcome. We're very welcoming here. We're just a painting and a bobbing. I mostly oh, you lurk? That's fun. You can come out and say hi. I'm nice. You should submit something to the whip thing. You could whip your hair back and forth. I mean, look at what I'm doing. I'm literally just stabbing a piece of plastic with a brush over and over again. I'm sure you got something that could beat that easy. Like maybe a Spider-Man. You think Spider Dude likes to paint Spider-Man? Spider-Man in a smoke? Look at that cool texture. That's so cool. And right now it doesn't look like a whole lot. One, because we're not done. You know, goes without saying. You would hope. But once we put some layers on it, layers. Well, even though you like the lurk, Spider, that's okay. It's cool that you came out. Layer, like exactly. You get it. This guy gets it. See, that's why I need you to. That's why I need you to talk, cause you get it. You can't just lurk, buddy. If you're out here talking, that means you can help me get other people to get it. You know what I mean? Know what I mean, Fryman? Too much paint. Too much paint brush. I need you here taking clips of me saying stupid stuff so that I could eventually overwhelm all the Tim clips. And that way when people are watching the intermission screens, they learn about the Deezaster zone. And they come here and paint with us. Because we need more painters. The war against gray never ends. That's one of the layers to my plan, see? My plan's like an onion. It's tough to beat some of those sweet Tim clips. That's true. A lot of those clips are me making dad jokes, though. So in a weird, ironic way, it's still me being involved. But do you have tagline yet? Welcome nutsters to the Deezaster zone. Oh my god. Am I allowed to say that? Yeah, I usually do like a Mr. Rogers, like, oh hey there guys, it's me, it's Dr.D. We're here to, you know, I welcome you to the Deezaster zone. I quote Bob Ross things a lot, so I feel like that's kind of the vibe I'm trying to give off. And just so you know, Jay, I could show you the list of all the Shatterpoint stuff I still have to do. Okay? I have it on well-documented terms exactly how much stuff I have to do. Okay, going purple. Okay, purple's a good choice. I like purple. That's good. Purple could be EM. Because she has an EM sword, I believe. The most superior of bonking technology. All these happy little accidents. Yeah, listen. Listen, I can't say that about the viewers, okay? I'm sure some of them, they might be. They might be what we're talking about. I can't say it out loud because I might get in trouble. But I bet not all of them were there on purpose. I know I wasn't. My dad has informed me of that. And you know, that's not a bad thing. I mean, it's just the Deezaster zone, Jay. We're all a little special here. That's the truth. Kara's over there giggling about something.
John Oliver.
She doesn't want to hang out in the Deezaster zone ever again.
True.
Yeah, what about that model right there? Huh? Huh?
It's complicated, okay?
It's complicated. She says it's complicated.
We're having emotions right now. Me and her, we're going through something.
She says she's having like an emotional reaction to painting that model. Well, maybe you should stipple like I am. It's a good way to get your anger out. Completely just annihilate a brush. Look at that! Look at it! Look at it!
John Oliver's making fun of Elon Musk.
Elon Musk probably deserves it. So remember that when this fully dries, it's not going to be quite as bright. So here's the first one we did. You notice how it really toned down? It's not quite as bright as it was when we first did it. She could paint a different... That's true, she could, but she won't. Listen, I got Nelly right here. Nelly's here. Here's Phoebe. Phoebe Gage. Oh, I don't know, man. Sometimes you can't win. Sometimes you can do... As a great man once said, Wilmar, sometimes you can do nothing wrong and still lose. And every single time we play Infinity, it's the opposite of that. I do things wrong on purpose because that's how you win. You might think, oh, Dylan's just a dummy.
He is.
And I am. But I want you to know, when I play against you, there's a lot of emotions.
Keep scurvy away.
Went to the new clinic today. I'm dropping off all the stuff to decorate the rooms. So the current Cairo that works there, she really loves Earth, Wind, and Fire, the band. So her rooms are named Earth, Wind, and there's a fire room that she's not using currently. And I'm taking over that one. Now, we happen to have a lot of, like, nautical-themed decorations in our house, because when we first moved up here, we thought we would decorate the house like that. And we actually, we'd used it for a very long time. And we still love it. But the new theme of the decorations in our house are models that I wish would just disappear. That's the new house aesthetic. Anyway, but I decided, hey, I'm gonna take the nautical decoration stuff, I'm gonna bring it to the office, and we're gonna make a water room. But it's secret because she doesn't necessarily want it because the water's not in Earth, Wind, and Fire. So it's sort of a secret. So don't tell her. But that'll be my office in the building. So water will be the room that's not technically hers. So I had to name it something different. I thought it was clever. I think I'm a clever boy. She can paint. We've only played Infinity once, though. Does she see you in September 2? Who's she? We've only played Infinity once. We have only played Infinity once. At least you think. It's true. I think I'm pretty clever. Does she see you in September? Earth, Wind, Fire. Oh, Fire in September. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that one flew right over my head. Sorry. Yes, you're. I was thinking, like, I hope so. I'm pretty sure I'll be working there in September. Like, he must be referring to a different she. Yeah, that was on me. that one was on me. You got me with that one. And I'll be sure to tell her when September ends. I'll wake her up. Like, hey, September's over. Here comes the copyright strike. Wake me up when September ends. Also, we're going to Brosdale Has Talent end of the month. So if you want to come to karaoke, we'll be there. I believe it's I believe it's on a Sunday. She'll have a very green day then. What? How did I lose it? It's right here. It's on my desk. Can't you see it? It's right there. I don't have time to show you. I'm too busy trying to paint this thing. I'm on a very tight schedule, Spider Dude. I'm sorry. I really wish I could help you, but I can't. I'm just very, very busy. Wake me up. Have a very green day then. Wow, man. Jay, you're batting 1,000 today. Good job. New episode of Arachne dropped today. We reviewed a book. We reviewed Downfall. A very, very good book. There is no audiobook of it. So if you want to read it, you're going to have to use your own eyeballs, because you cannot have someone else read it to you. Although, we should probably just get Devin to do it, because his voice is like listening to like pure, the most delicious of ambrosia. It's pod racing. Matt. Hi, Matt! That's a stupid video. Completely ripped me out of what I was doing. Wilmar, remind me, what was I talking about? Was I talking about Namor again? Do I need to start ranting about Namor? Perfect. Curse you! I'm pretty sure there's AI programs we could get to read those. Oh, that's right. We were talking about reading. Yeah, so there's no audio book for it. We should get Devin to do it because apparently Devin has done voice work before. Devin from Metachem. So we should get him to read the books.
And Kara.
Devin and Kara. I don't know what Blankenship?
Whatever her name is.
Oh, Beckman?
Yeah.
I don't know. You don't sound German.
Try to get there.
Well, you start practicing now.
I'm practicing a jazz song for karaoke. That's pretty crazy.
Matt Alex, you have to come down on the last Sunday of the month because we're going to karaoke and you have to go. Devin he does have the voice of an angel. You're not wrong. Yeah, Devin's legit.
If you can make it to the end of Calamity Jack.
He's in he might be in the new episode of Calamity Jack, which got re-uploaded today with better audio. So go listen to it right now. Unless you're driving, then stop on the side of the road. Tell Google or Siri, which I don't know if that works in a car, but and then tell them to open up Calamity Jack, and then when Calamity Jack's talking, say Arachne sent you, and then nothing will change, because that's not how that works. He can whisper to me. He can whisper me to sleep any night he wants. You're damn right, man. God, his voice, it's unbelievable. And then he had the audacity to say that people don't usually tell him that. I'm like, who is not telling you that every time you open your mouth? Matt Alex, you're coming to karaoke. Get in your car right now. Look at that cool effect. Isn't that neat? Yeah, that's pretty neat. Use the code professional casual while listening to Arachne. You're right. If you're listening to it, just scream it at the top of your lungs. And the episode will become 15% freer. Kara's laughing. I don't know if she's laughing at me or what.
Oh, I have stopped listening to John Oliver. You're way more entertaining.
Well, I have the help of my friends here. They give me the fuel to scream. And the more I scream, the higher the view count goes. They love a good screaming Dylan.
They're enablers.
Yes, they are definitely enablers. Oh, Wilmar, what time do you want me to pick you up Wednesday? Because I am not going to be working, and I don't have to do any kind of responsibility, and I want to get you as early as possible. You come over here, we'll spoon. Other than a screaming Dylan. Yeah, we'll play. We might be able to play Infinity and Malifaux, actually. We could play one or the other if you prefer one, but we might be able to get both in if you get over here early enough. And then we'll go to the recital thing. I do scream a lot. That's true, Jay. What?
It's called a showcase.
Showcase, not a recital. I told you, Wilmar.
Recitals are in children.
I told you, Wilmar. I don't know why you kept trying to call it a recital. Now Kara's upset. What time is the showcase? 8? Yeah. You said you get out of work at like 3, right? Yeah, right. It's still in dance recital. I want to be a ballerina.
He's learning to pole dance.
Yeah, I got the pole dance down pretty well. I can make it thing. Girl. I'll make it work. Because you get off at 8. If I show up at your house, I'm sorry, you get off work at 3. If I show up at your house at 3, we came to my house, that gives us plenty of time. Plenty. I thought we were going to be able to do stuff tomorrow. I thought I was going to Webway. Something came up. Something good, but something still yet.
that I'm not allowed to talk about right now. It's very illicit. And by illicit, I mean I'm just not allowed to talk about it.
Does not include booze.
When are we playing Mouthful? That's a good question, Matt. You see, here's my problem, Alex. How do I put this? How do I put this politically correctly? You're better at everything than me, and I really enjoy Malifaux, and I really don't want to have it ripped out of my hands once you suck the soul out of my bee hole. Okay, does that make sense? Am I speaking sense here? And you're gonna say, "Oh, I'm not that good," but then you're gonna tell me in the next sentence, "Oh, I won the Malifaux Championship in 1983," and I'm like, "Wow." I get out at 5 actually. Automod didn't like my last two comments. Oh, well, I would check it, but I don't know if I can. Oh, it's working. Oh gosh. Oh no. It's not. Oh. Darn. Apparently when the keyboard broke, it was holding down the Alt key. LOL, no guarantee that happens. What happens, Alex? Huh? I want you to be as specific as possible so that I can remember what I said. That you're not going to suck the soul out of me and make me not want to play another game or something, which you didn't do. Technically, you didn't do that in the first place, but listen, I'm a sensitive little snowflake these days, okay? I just want to play games. I don't want to lose real bad. But I do agree. I mean, joking aside, I do think we should be playing soon. Do they do what? I don't know if it's gonna work.
Hi.
Okay. Yeah, she's in. She's in the machine. At least Malifaux lets you cheat. That's very true. Well, I think a lot of times when I play these games, I'm so stupid that it seems like I would be cheating. But I'm just stupid. Yeah, right. It's Dylan's answer side. Other than the screaming, use like a professional casual. What time is showcase? When we play Malifaux again? Time actually. Well, you want me to pick you up at 5 then? Because if I show up at your house like at 5 o'clock, and then I drive you down here, we'll have time to play something. Which I'll let you pick if that's the case. We may not have enough time to play both, if that's the case. Does this look like the beginnings of a beaten up bar of metal? Kara?
I think it does.
Wow. See, guys?
Do you think about that Star Wars ride that we were looking at, like all the beat up metal in that brand new ride? I stopped and I was like, ooh, look, they painted and then scraped all this stuff off.
Yeah, kinda. I just don't usually think. Those moving brain pictures hurt. They hurt my reputation.
Well, there's a Taylor Swift song about that.
Oh, she. Jay appreciates a good, sheet. We could do 3. Oh, we can do 3? Because I remember you were saying you would even, like, get out early, too. You said you have, like, time. Listen, Matt, Alex, I really want to play you. I agree. I'm out of work right now. I don't think I have, like, a lot of plans. I keep getting ripped out of my own brain. It's not this weekend. This weekend's a Malifaux event, actually. Or, I'm sorry, not a Malifaux event. An Infinity event at Midgard. I'm trying to think when a good time would be. Well, Kara's been very forgiving about me going out and hanging out with people, so I might have to ride that Goodwill while I still got it.
You do that, boo. One of these days, I'm gonna be like, nope, time for Kara.
Yep. You guys can hear Kara, right? Kara, can Dylan come out and play tomorrow? So, she's not the reason I can't go to the shop tomorrow. Ironically enough. When you're older, Jay, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I can't.
I have no expectations on Dylan for the next month because he's on sabbatical, and I'm using air quotes. Because this idiot goes to his new office twice a week because that's how dedicated he is. In his own freaking brain. So, yeah. I'm just letting him do his thing this month. Trying to keep him fed.
That's not hard. See, Jay, I'm dedicated. What do you think of that, bucko?
But I promise you he has a really good reason for avoiding everybody tomorrow, and I think all of you will appreciate it in like 6 to 9 months. It's not Webway. It's nobody else.
Just put a Baby Ruth in the corner. Not the Webway character.
It's not. There's nothing happening to us ever in a 9-month period.
9
months. 9 months
No.
is never happening. Maybe, like Dr.D could go have a 9-month situation with some other woman, but definitely not with me. I took care of that long before we knew each other.
I keep eyeballing Jay. Maybe he'll help me. Do you want to become my 9-month, Jay? Oh, she. Dylan's gonna be one. I mean, I'm gonna be the one that gets pregos. I'll take any 9. I'll take any 9. Oh, that's right. Actually, oh, that was a little
If you want to
insensitive,
birth
sorry.
if you want to carry and birth the baby, I absolutely will donate my sperm for you.
Wow. Wow. That was. I actually completely forgot about that conversation you'd had, Jay. I'm so sorry. Uh, 9 months. Just put a baby Ruth in the corner. Wow. Just put a baby Ruth in the corner. Nobody puts Baby Ruth in the corner.
So Dylan brought all that hot humidity with him from Florida yesterday.
Sure did. I went to Dogfinity.
And they had really cute merch.
That they did. I bought some of it. You see that little circle right there? In that
Yeah.
package? Can you grab that?
And it's also like all out colors.
It is. That's right. It is Vault Tech. So, Gamma and Hooch, Dogfinity 2020. Turn off your mic, please. So, it was a dog charity event where we raised like $1,200 for doggos.
Well, no. You said 12,000 because
I'm sorry,
EA
12.
was
I'm
gonna
sorry,
match
okay.
5,000.
I keep saying 1,200. Yes, I mean 12,000. It was a phenomenal event. I definitely recommend anyone that wants to goes to it next year. It is now a narrative event, so winning is not even important because it's all kind of for fun. It's based on the Adepticon narrative event. The guy that ran the Adepticon narrative event was actually there. And they're going to run a similar event, cat-themed, in a couple months. I was moving boxes, and my back went ping, so I'm sitting now. Also, you mentioned when I'm older, I'm only watching you because I'm old. That's fair.
Hey, which Jay is in the stream? Is it like local Jay or Jay who helps me with audio?
This is audio, Jay. Well, I mean, it's fine. It's fine, Jay. I'll explain it to you one day, but I can't right now. Signals are my life. Actually, honestly, it wasn't even that bad. Like, Florida is kind of just uncomfortable all the time anyway, but the event was in the Electronic Arts HQ building, and it was insanely comfortable. Like, it was perfect. And you got to use, like, the lobbies, a coffee machine and stuff, so you could make like fancy coffees. It was a coffee machine that made mochas and stuff, and you would like mix it. It was.
That's like my office up here.
Yeah, it's straight up like what you would think Google, like the Google HQ places would look like.
That's very impressive for Orlando, but even more impressive for that particular neighborhood, Longwood, which is where I worked at that really awful company that one time.
It was a really nice looking part of town. Mic's not on. Your mic wasn't on. Your mic wasn't on.
You really can't tell from the outside of Orlando business buildings, you know, if they were built 20, 30 years ago, if it's going to be nice inside or not.
You're not in the call. That's okay. That's possible. Well, yeah, that's probably it. Anyway, what high up in EA like? Oh, actually, ironically enough, one of the people, I think it was the guy that was helping run it. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, or whatever, but he was promoted recently to the head of development for all college games. So all the sports that are like college, so like I forget the letters, but the college football. He's like in charge of I guess he's like, I don't know if it's a product manager. I don't know what the technical term is, but he's like in charge of all the college level sports video games.
It's just like auto connected because we'd been in a call.
Well, I was already in I didn't leave the call. Because this is a group. I think it's like a group thing.
Private call.
Yeah, whatever. Signals on my line. That's why. Yeah, it was really cool. So I think while you're like walking around the building, you gotta like check in with security and stuff because it's like a legitimately really nice building. And there was like there was like murals and stuff on the wall. So there was like I forget the name of the painting, but the one where like man and Jesus and God are like touching fingers or whatever.
The ceiling of the Sistine Chapel.
Yeah, that one. And there was like a gamer version of it where there was like two hands like touching while they were holding a PlayStation controller. It was really cool. Super nice building. I got a lot of respect for EA because they clearly. I've been told that apparently if you work for EA, you got to work pretty hard. But they got a really nice building.
Like cots in your office hard. Never leaving the building hard. Don't have a family hard.
Yeah.
No, nerds don't need families, right?
It's true. Oh, they got them vid games. Pokemon.
So my coworker today was like, "Ooh, I like your Pokemon symbol on the back of your truck," and I was like, "I didn't play Pokemon Go. That's not my symbol." And then she was like, "Oh, I like that one." I was like, "Okay, it's my symbol, but that my boyfriend put it on the truck." And then she was like, I said, "Well, we have to do the stream tonight." She's like, "Ooh, you guys stream? Like on Twitch?" And I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Oh, sometimes I think about doing that with my Pokemon cards." She's like, "I have an Instagram, but they're so mean to girls. And I was like, yeah, I don't get on the stream. I just talk on the stream. Be nicer to girl streamers.
Mean to her.
Well, she didn't say she'd actually experienced it. She just said that
That she
they
thinks.
tend to be mean to girl streamers, that girl streamers have it harder. I argued that the guys in here, coworker, I'd help her, I'm very nice. She has a fiance, I'm sorry.
It don't matter.
None
of this matters.
Oh, I forget that. Like totally distracted me. Now I don't remember what.
You see it? That you get it? You see it happens. People start talking to you and you're like, duh. I forgot what I was talking about. Duh. Yeah, if you're on the open internet, of course. Yeah. Well, I just don't get it. I mean, I get.
I like legitimately just like commented on a female newscaster's interview today that she did a great job. And I kid you not, 3 different male-sounding internet users felt the need to respond to my comment and tell me how it was a shitty interview, she didn't do any work, and it was a stupid idea to even be talking about it. All I said was she did a good job. So yeah, sometimes guys can be a little much on the internet towards girls.
Well, I think that probably extends to everywhere sometimes. Yeah, some people are angry at themselves and just take it on us. Yeah, you're not wrong. Oh, you're in the bag. You're the cool one. You're the bad idiot. You want me to show him?
I can't remember what they said to like think of, but yeah, I was like thinking about being like a gangster or something.
This is her improv group for the class she's taking. These are going to be the people at the showcase, not the recital.
It's over. It closed.
It's all done. No, it's all done. Nobody.
And let me tell you, like, the old ladies are the funniest. The absolute funniest. They say the craziest shit, and it's always perfectly timed.
The yes, yeah, the yes and group. I got her the class for her birthday, right? Her birthday.
He got it for my birthday.
And yeah, she's been real. That's the reason I haven't been going to Webway on Tuesdays for a while. Just
But
class.
For my next class, I'm gonna take it on Mondays, and you can go on your Tuesdays.
There you go. Well, I'll be home on Mondays because I'll be doing Dr. D's Disaster Zone.
You'll be doing Dr. D's Disaster Zone.
I'll be right in. Look at this. Boom. Painting.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say earlier. I was telling my coworker that these guys bust your balls just as much as people bust girls' balls. It's just girls take it a little bit harsher.
That's true. It's because you guys aren't used to it growing up. Like, here's
like, we're told to just smile and let people open the door for us.
So, something I saw growing up... Yeah, this is the place. Oh, God, here we go. This is a painting stream, by the way. Yeah, you don't know the joke from yesterday about that. So, anyway, okay, went blue sword Haite and purple Bishi, and I'm good with my choice, and if not, too dang bad. I'm sure it looks fine.
Pics. Send pics. I want to see.
I can't pull it up on my computer.
So, okay, so what is so funny about you calling him Dr. D's nuts is literally my second husband. His last name was Dees. Spelt a little bit differently, but definitely pronounced that way. A lot of D's nuts jokes in my life.
Yeah, the yes and blah, 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 blah. Okay, went with blue sword. Improv group. Yeah, so, yeah, I think you figured it out. What's the redeem for you to talk about small soldiers for 30 minutes? For 30 minutes? That's a long time. That's gonna have to be a bits redeem. 30 minutes is a long time. You gotta pay me for that amount of time.
Like, are you gonna? You could talk about the variations of the coloring and why each thing had a different color and the different.
For Small Soldiers? Have you ever seen the movie Small Soldiers?
Oh, I thought you guys were talking about your little Napoleonic soldiers.
Nope. Nope, nope. Small Soldiers was arguably one of the greatest movies ever made. About a bunch of toys locked in eternal warfare. And how the Gorgonites wanted to go to Gorgon, I think, was like the promised land. Fine,
That was
when's the Small Soldier ETS? RTS. I wonder if I could use like a hobby stream day to play that god-awful game.
You can do anything you want.
That's true. It does. I mean, well,
You
TM
can do whatever you like.
Tam wanted me to do a hobby stream. He does the video games. I don't know if he'd actually want me to do that. It might be.
Maybe the hobby stream could host Tim playing that game with Dr.D one afternoon.
This is getting more complicated by the second. I'd get you 2 chicken sandwiches, girl. Shit. I'm in. From Raising Cane's. Yeah, that. Kara refuses to go to Raising Cane's with us.
That's not true. It's just so far.
It's so far, she says. You remember that? Hey, Wilmar, you remember how I take you there and then I bring you home even though it's in the opposite direction? Because I like hanging out with you? Yeah.
Nobody wants to ride all the way there with me. You guys are already there and you want me to just show up.
Well, then come with us and play games. But you're like, I don't want to do that either. I'm like, why are you talking like that?
I said I might after my class ends.
Well, here we go. We're going to find out real soon.
Okay, so next Wednesday we'll just go to Raising Cane's and squabble and goblin. Because if I try to find my way there without you guys, I call it hobbling goblin. There's no hobbling goblins in Massachusetts.
She was shouting. You probably heard it through my mic. Her mic was off that whole time. She can come. That's what I keep telling her. Wilmar wants you to come play games. He wants you to play Malifaux.
I said, not this Wednesday, but next. But I'm gonna have to eat before we play games. I don't know about this eating after gaming when it's practically bedtime.
There are hobbling goblins, but they are on Craigslist. You're not wrong. Got him! Got him!
Okay, the old ladies are the funniest, but also they're the reason we have a group text.
You gotta earn the chicken through tiny warfare. That's what Wilmar said. Don't yell at me, please.
So I probably won't play, I'll just watch.
See? I knew that was coming.
That's what Dylan likes likes me to do, to just watch and cheer him on.
That is not true at all. It's like the furthest from the friggin' truth.
Yeah, Petter boy. Dylan had a similar situation earlier tonight.
Okay, I was trying to get a pick and knocked my water cup over. Yep. Uh-huh.
His little video camera is being stubborn tonight. I do play Nelly. And I paint reporters that make me sad.
That's why she's not painting. You gonna what? Phoebe?
Yeah.
Do you get the joke? Her name's Phoebe Gage. Do you get the joke?
No.
Phineas Gage. The guy that got the railroad spike to the brain.
But Dr. D had a really great idea on these little cobblestones I did.
Yeah, so what you could do if you wanna... So what you can do to make your like cobblestone bases look better is you can like contrast the whole thing like one color, and then you can use a different contrast on different cobblestones, and you'll get like different colored rocks, which is like it's like a super easy way to just kind of break up the rocks. Yeah.
I actually did like a flat gray, and then did contrast for the other colors.
That's true. Why are you sad, Kara? The doctor's in. He can help. That's what I keep saying. I mean, I think it looks fine.
I just don't know what to do to like bring more dimension to her shirt and her boots and her pants and her hair.
Just wash it. We only have like 1,000 different.
Everything is so dark already. I feel like any wash is just not gonna do anything.
Well, you're gonna have to paint on top of it. You can't just do the wash. She got a thinking face on.
I don't like all of these levels of painting.
She says to the person who has stabbed a piece of plastic
like for hours
6,000 times to get the right texture. It makes me, you know what? It makes me want to talk about Namor. You know what? That's what it makes me want to do.
Makes me want to talk about Marcus Aurelius.
Yeah, that too. I bet Namor knew Marcus Aurelius. I can hear it.
I wish I could hear the music.
You just gotta host your own hobby stream. Well, you can listen to whatever music you want. It won't come through. And we'll get, we won't get copywritten. Copyright struck. Gotta suffer for this. You do. You sure do, buddy. Wilmar's saying you gotta suffer for the hobby.
Well, I suffered about as much as I'm willing to tonight. That headset's giving me a headache.
She said that you're giving her a headache, Wilmar.
Not what I said.
And while that is definitely not what she said, that's what I'm gonna tell you. Well, you know what? If you come to the house and play Malifaux, then it's pretty hard. You know what? Maybe that's what we do. We go get chicken and then play at the house. Like I come get you after work or something like that on a Wednesday. Maybe that's when we do the Malifaux Dylan's House Championship. Aww, she posted Bishi's sore, but I'm not happy with the high tech. Alright. You know what? Let's do a whip thing. Definitely late, but we're gonna be doing it a little bit hobo version. I can't pull it up on the screen. Nothing says we can't double up on chicken. That's true. That's technically true. Do I need to get Greg to teach me Malifaux again? Don't get Greg to teach you anything, because then you're going to want to play the game on such a competitive level that it's not fun for anybody. I love Greg. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely adore him. But the guy does not know how to turn it off. Gotta suffer for this hobby. Why did it make you sad? Doctors, I am in. I tried to fix and may have messed up. Not may. We'll take a look at it, buddy. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, but my units aren't good enough for that, so it's fine. Your units? What? Your units? I don't know. I feel like Malifaux's balance isn't too bad. From what I understand, one of the books that came out recently was a little bad on the balance front, but they actually fixed it. Colette isn't a top-tier master. I mean... It's always kind of hard to say, right? Because with that game, it's so just dependent on the schemes and strategies. Like, if I remember Colette back in the day, and back in the day, I've noticed some masters have definitely changed since then. But back in the day, Colette used to be really irritating. Don't listen to Jay, play Colette, she's pretty... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm sure she's fine. Like, I'm sure if you were to go to, like, Grand Masters, or whatever you want to... I don't know what the Malifaux equivalent of it would be, but, like, if you went to Gen Con, and you're maining her, and then you're playing against people who are only playing the busted ones, then yeah. And that's the problem with Greg, is that's what he's going to tell you, and he's just going to say that because, I mean, he's probably not wrong, but he's going to be looking at it through the lens of where it's not just a bunch of idiots. Just like, you know, like just slapping each other around. And that's one of the big issues. And that's what created the issue with Andre. Like, I love Andre, but he came to that event with the Hagane bomb because that's what Greg said he should play. And then he won. He won the whole event with that. What does that tell you? Like, if you want to play on a super high competitive level, Greg is great. Greg is great when you're just hanging out with him. I absolutely love him. But the guy cannot turn it off. So, like, I'm kind of scared to play games with him.
And his name is
John Cena! I mean, I figured Colette was fine. I mean, she was fine in the last edition. They probably literally just... If they just didn't touch her. We're just like, hey, here's Colette, but now there's, like, new units. That's great. Well, it can't be Greg, because I see Greg. I can never see John Cena. I can't ever find him. I can't find where he is. Okay, so as soon as I'm done with this, we'll take a look at the whips. So I'm going to look at it on my phone, and I'll show it on the camera. Give the brush a little break. That's you, Greg. That's you. I do. I really love Greg. I think he's a great guy. I legitimately do. And I really don't want, if he ever finds out that we giggle at, well, I say that, I think I've told it to his face, that we say that you're Greg and me or whatever, but I don't want him to take the wrong idea that I don't like him, because I really do like him. I just don't want to play games with him. Okay. Schwip time. The Deezaster Zone. Okay, so we got something from Wilmar and Josh. Maybe I can switch this up. No, that's definitely not how we should do that. I can't change it because the keyboard is permanently holding down Alt for some stupid reason. Alright, so we got us a Mechanical Dove, actually, speaking of Colette. It looks good so far. By the way, I'm assuming that's contrast on the wood. I think it looks really good. Yeah. I'm digging that. Simple. Are you doing non-metal metallic on the bird? Might be better if I do upside down. It's not a great way to do it, but listen, I'm doing what I can, okay? Looks like he's. If you want to follow along, go to the Deezaster zone. If somebody could post an invite in the chat, because I can't. I can't do it. What color are you gonna do the swoosh? I think it should be something bright. Yep, snakebite leather for wood, and yes, non-metal metallic for the bird. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing it already. It's looking good. I love the gem. The gem looks great. I would go with blue. Are you going blue swoosh? Blue swoosh? But yeah, I think it looks great. Bird's almost there. Yeah, I mean honestly, with the bird, right? It's just the swoosh, right? And then just kind of refining on the metals. Bright blue to maybe a purple. Yeah, that's exactly what I would have said. Yeah, that looks phenomenal. Is there something in the swooshes? Are those like supposed to be like? Are those supposed to be like pieces of paper? Looks like there's something in it, like square. Yeah, I love it though. Really good. And then the next guy, playing cards. Okay, yeah. Good luck with the tiny, the smooth brush you're gonna need for that. The next guy, I am vaguely aware of this. This is the performer guy, who's dual keyworded. I'm pretty sure. Ugh, gotta go into the Arcanist part of the app. Ugh. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Dorian Crow. He's also part of Colette's and somebody else. Yeah. Dorian Crow. Okay, so is he a part of that Damien? The Damien guy? I must have missed him. Is he one of those models where he's not? Yeah, okay, he's Neverborn. Oh, he's Neverborn. That's what he is. He's a whoa. That's what he was. Yeah. He's the one that does like boring conversations and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I saw a game with him. Actually, I love that purple. That purple's looking funky fresh. Good job. He's in the Neverborn crew, Dorian. Right. Yeah, excuse me. I'm really digging it. That's really good. The purple looks phenomenal. That's always one of those issues you bump into with a model that's like a single color. Is that sometimes it's just kind of hard to break it up. Because even like the art form, he's just like wearing all purple. But, I mean, you made it look good. Gotta give you credit where it's due. Alright, Josh. Bishi, the sword. I think the sword looks fine. If you really want what I would do, if you're like legitimately worried it's not good enough, I would take like a really dark purple, or maybe even a black, and I would glaze. Excuse me. I would glaze a super thin black, like at some part of the blade. I'd probably do it like down. I can't really do it with my finger, but like down there at the bottom, like this part, right there, that spot right there, I would put black or a really dark purple glaze down there and really make it look dark. And then you might even want to go back in with the white and stuff. And you can kind of reapply the shininess to the sword. Otherwise, I think it looks fine. If you don't want to do anything with it, you could like varnish the model, and then I would hit that with like a gloss coat, and it'll make it look like it has more dimension to it. But I like it. I think it looks fine. I think you're too worried. All right, hi Tay. I love blue. Again, the exact same thing. I would do the exact same thing. I would take like a really dark blue or a black, and then like near where the hilt is, so like right there, I would really glaze it to be dark. So like you have the bright part down, I would just increase the brightness by increasing the contrast at the bottom of it. The Haite is the one I really don't like. I like her sword better, but the actual Haite I really like. I posted those pics earlier in the whip tonight. Oh, did you? I keep looking at my computer like I could do something. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's what I would do. Let me see if I can find an example. I'm just determined to break everything today. And I'm not happy about it. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, I got a good example. So here. Oh, I could have just shown the picture right here. God, why am I so stupid? There. That's a good example, right? Similar kind of sword. You see how I just went like super dark closer to the hilt? Because it makes the tip of the blade look really more, like just way more vibrant. And then you take some just like pure white and you hit that edge. And you can like kind of reestablish a edge to it. Casanova from Infinity, by the way. Anybody who's wondering. One of my favorite units. Absolutely love Casanova. People say he's not good. Don't know what they're talking about. Absolutely phenomenal model. I painted him like Lupin the Third, if anybody likes anime. Lupin the Third! Use them all the time. Always, well, not always. Usually does good work. ODD is a heck of a drug. He's also got a traffic cone. Look at that. Nobody can have that. That's his. Don't touch. Don't touch. That's an Infinity model. I don't think I've ever seen it. Really? Oh, that's right. I forgot. Good night, Kara. Everybody say good night to Kara. The high I remember that game. Just dodge, ducking and weaving. You can't hit me. I'm the gingerbread man. Josh said good night. So yeah, good job, guys. Everybody applaud Wilmar and Josh for showing off their swanky work. I love you guys. You guys did a great job. Alright, so now we're going to take a little bit of bright neutral gray. And good night to everyone else. I need to sleep. Good, but good job, Wilbur. Good job, Wilbur. Whoever's the best. Alright, so we're going to take some bright neutral gray, and we're going to mix it in with a little bit of that previous color. Again, since we don't have, like, the perfect colors, we're going to just do a little bit of, like, I guess, ad hoc blending. We're really not doing a lot of blending. It's just there to kind of keep it honest. I'm not going to do another big one first. Alright, we're going to get a lot of it out. Because now we're really going to start centralizing where we're doing this. Because we're really going to just start hitting the middle, and we're going to start trying to concentrate like in the actual middle of the thing. And then we're going to take a somewhat poopy brush, and we're going to like hit the edges. So I'm probably not going to put any more on the edge here, unless it's by accident. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So start in the middle and just concentrate. I'm running into a problem, Wilmar, when it comes to Malifaux Masters, because I want to play literally all the Explorer Society ones. But I'm thinking I need to do what you do and play like each one 10 times before I go to the next one. Just so I can actually like figure out what each of the models are doing. And it might give me enough time to like paint a lot of them. Although I suspect my painting will slow down considerably once Warcrow starts to kind of slowly infiltrate everything. But I paint a lot. I don't know. Who knows? I'm kind of at the point where I'm only painting stuff that I'm playing. So as long as we keep playing, I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue. Which, I got bit by the bug. I really, really love it. Anybody that has not given Malifaux a try really does need to give it a shot. It's great. Okay. Now, can you see how since we're sticking more in the middle here, more of the light seems to be like going there, and it kind of gives it like the illusion of like a highlight. It helps to get your head around them. I also do it to keep myself from buying more crews. The good news is that I'm probably not going to buy a whole lot more crews, because I really don't see myself wanting to jump out too much. Now, I say that, granted, I was listening to a podcast today, and I learned that this exists. It's in Gremlins. And if I did do this, I would only be playing the Clampets, because I don't want to play any other Bayou for a variety of reasons. But they have a Gremlin Knight who goes around on a snail, and his lance is a... it's a friggin' fishing... it's a fishing pole. Look at his movement! Movement 3! Snailing around. Oh my gosh. Thankfully he has on the move, so he's like kind of movement like 6-ish, I guess, a little bit, but... oh my god. It's incredible. And he drops down tide markers and stuff too. It's hilarious, and he stabs. Thankfully, he's got 2 inches on the spear, if you want to. That's what you want to call it. But I don't know. Yeah, it's great. The podcast I was listening to was the Halifaux. Is that how you say it? Yeah, the Halifaux show. That doesn't tell you the name. Dummy. Halifaux show. It's really good. It's actually really good. It's kind of hard to understand one of them because he's like Scottish. So a lot of times he talks and I'm like, I didn't get anything out of that. But it's pretty good. They're very like our level of play. Like they play a lot more than we do, so they're better than us. But they are like They don't want to play outside of keyword, really. They're much more like on the fluffy side, so it's like perfect for like us. They're the ones that made that format I was telling you about, where it's the way it's supposed to be played or whatever, where you can't go out of keyword, or you get like you're allowed to bring one versatile. It's pretty good way to do it. Obviously, if you're gonna bring a versatile, it might as well be Terry, right? I mean, everybody loves Terry. Terry the bellhop robot, who we painted on the stream. I think we should probably name all the models we paint that don't have like proper names. So what's the name of these measurement tools? They need names. Even the minion? What do you mean even the minions? Oh, you mean when the versatile thing? Yeah. If that's what you're talking about. Like, you're not allowed to bring versatile minions or anything. You're only allowed to bring one versatile at all. And if you're talking about the naming thing, then yes. Even the minions. Like, obviously, for Artemis and Ola, we don't need to name them because they already have great names. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. So we got to name each one of the runaways. Although, do we have to rename them every single time one of them gets killed? That's going to get complicated. But yeah, we don't have to name the enforcers and stuff. They already got names, but... I mean, I think we should. Do you think we need to rename them after they die? Like, that might be too much. So I'm just taking some of that bright gray, and I'm just like doing a little edge highlighty type thing on the inner edge of the thing. It's I'm kind of doing it in such a way where it's purposely not very neat, because if it makes any like cool scratch marks or something, it kind of works to our advantage. You only get a name in death. That's fair, I guess. We'll get them to run away. We'll get them to run away. They tried, and then your guy came at him with the scales, and he knew he couldn't beat him because he would actually. I don't think I'm allowed to say the S word. If he struck him, he would end his own life because of balance the scales. If I ever make coffin markers for Lady J, I'll need names. Okay, yeah, that's fair. We'll just use actors who have like dead careers. It's kind of like a Blood Bowl team. You got to come up with like a naming convention. That seems like a good time to me. That's all I'm saying. So in a weird way, this is actually like we're painting non-metal metallic on something that's very, very big. So if you were thinking about doing non-metal metallic on your models, you could actually probably use these same paints and get something pretty close. And we're going to go back in with some washes and stuff and really like refine some of the recesses and stuff. So don't worry. We'll make it make an injury table. This is getting really complicated. Although I dig it. I don't think you're wrong. I think we should do that, but... Which table would it be? Because, I mean, we can't give them buffs or anything, right? Because that would make the game even weirder. WYRD, get it? Would there be like an injury table that would affect their stats or whatever? Or is that's too much? Or are we just like, hey, on like a 4+, this guy dies? Otherwise he otherwise it's like one of those like his face is his shield kind of things. Because I know a guy who loves to do that kind of stuff. We talked to Devin. He loves game design stuff. We roll a d6, and that's how many injury tokens they get. Injury tokens? Okay. What's an injury? What's the rule for the injury tokens? You see, you're getting into depth. Now we're going into depth. Do we have to get a new model, too? Like, this sounds like it's going to get expensive. Oh, how many? Oh, right. Oh, you mean that injury token. Right, there's actually an injury token in this game. How long does the injury stay? That sounds terrible. All the minions are going to become completely useless. Those poor guys can't even stay alive. And they have the weakest stats. If one of my frontiersmen die, they're only 5 and 5. If they've died, if they get D6 defense tokens or injury tokens, that poor guy can't survive. I don't know. There's some flaws here, Wilmar. There's a couple flaws here. We gotta refine this system. If we're gonna present this to Weird, we gotta have a plan. Well, that's that's a different table. Oh, I see. Oh my gosh. It is weird that they haven't made like a campaign system, isn't it? Like the game is like really well set up for that. But they didn't do it. I made a little boo-boo there. Yeah, that's not looking good. Oh, I fixed it. That's fine. When in doubt, just stab it with a paintbrush. That's a different table for a while. Damn it. Listen, I'm down for the idea. I'm just saying. I just want to know how we know when they die. There's got to be like... There's got to be rules, though. You know, there's got to be a system. We can't just say, "Oh, this person's dead," whatever. You know, that takes away all the. gotta wait for the 4th edition. Yeah, maybe. You're right. You know, next time I see Weird at a booth at a con I go to, I'm gonna be like, "Listen, guys, let me." You clearly know who I am. I'm Dr.D from the Deezaster Zone. You know who I am. Anyway, you guys really need to get on that. Where's the injury chart for my games? Okay. Huh? I think the owner's name is Nathan. I think his name is Nathan. How about that, Nathan? Oh, wait a minute. We know the guy. We literally know the guy who was a rule developer for 2nd edition Malifaux. We literally ate chicken with him. Want to talk about the right person to tell? We just blew this wide open. Oh my gosh. This is incredible. We did it, Wilmar. We're gonna be sitting pretty. Oh my god. Get Mac on the phone. Call him up. Mac, we got a job. We got a job for you, buddy. Alright, what are your thoughts on this? Does that look like metal? I think it's starting to come together. See, you were all worried about it. Just ring up Mac. He's right there. He's just waiting. He's just waiting in the rafters to save the day. Good old Mac. Oh, by the way, I did prime these. The HVT from Dogfinity the dog. Oh god. It does. It actually looks pretty okay, doesn't it? By Jove, I think we might be onto something. You know, as soon as I met Mac, my life just got better. He just showed up. He's gonna handle all the problems I could ever think to worry about. Like that edge highlight. So crispy. I went to an even more butt brush, just because it'll help spread out the highlight just like a little bit. And I think with the next highlight, I'll be using like an actual pretty sharp brush, just to keep it like super refined. Because again, we're trying to like draw the eye to the middle. So glad I could spend all this time painting a template. That actually is looking pretty good. That John Ho, he might be on something. He might be on to something. Yo, this music, heck yeah. And it's like as soon as you start slapping it on there, it immediately changes. Like you look at that side and you're like, yeah, that's fine. And then you go boom, blammo, kablack, blado, black, bloom, bam. Look at that, instantly looks different. It looks like there's light hitting it. Cause you look kablangy. Listen here, guys. You're gonna need a safety word for how this thing's gonna make you feel. You get that? You get this? You getting this, camera guy? If the safety word ain't banana, you ain't doing. You are not highlighting enough. Get that contrast. Get in there. Don't be scared. Applying highlights without fear. A great man told me that once. It was me. Look at that. God, look at that. I've used a tutorial for painting a Sentinel to paint Psylocke a while back. Had to wing the colors, but it worked out. Yeah, I think his techniques are super sound, right? He definitely knows what he's doing. But he just uses paints where I'm like, where the heck do you get this stuff? Like, it's not something that you could just get from the hobby store, which is like clearly one of the, like, he's obviously a great painter, right? We all know that. Like, we get it, bud. We get it. You're better than me. I get it. My dad has already told me that he wishes you were his son and not me. He's told me that a bunch of times. But, yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh, Wilmar, if you want to, you can come to Cube for Your Die this weekend. The Infinity event. It's a really good time. I think this one's gonna be a little smaller than they usually are too. I'm not sure. You ever been to Midgard? I'm sure you've heard of it. Honestly, out of all the stores we go to, it's probably the best store. Like I love Webway. Don't get me wrong, just because of like, you know, it's like our store. But Midgard is definitely probably the best one. Okay. I figured I'd offer. But if you want to come, just give me a heads up. The Cube Freezer are definitely fun to go to. Yeah, you've never been there? Yeah, it's a really cool store. I bet you would really like it there. There's a lot of stuff you could spend your money on. Lot of hobby stuff. A lot of games that nobody else plays. It's a dangerous place for people like me and you. I'm really digging that. You know what? Maybe I'll have to paint some of my Warcrow measurement tools like this. It's actually it looks pretty good. They do sell Malifaux at Midgard. You may not have to wait for another sale, Wilmar. Yeah, I agree. Midgard has like a couple. You could probably, well, oh, that's right. Squabbling Goblin said they could order it now, right? And we didn't even have to ask. That's crazy. Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we just host the Malifaux stuff through that store. I don't know. I guess in some ways I feel like I'm betraying Webway. But, I mean, whatever. I don't know. It's coming together. Coming together. Oh. I don't really need to do edges on that. Yeah, that's true. I'm like a mercenary, you know? I just do what I gotta do. Whatever keeps the stream going. The party must go on. Party must go on! Doing a little edge highlight. Getting like little bits and pieces of some of the raised details on this one because there's like little planets and stuff, and we just want to make sure that stuff gets like just you know you can see it. People are gonna want to see it because one of the last things we're gonna do, or I guess not even the last. I guess it's the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go in there and hit the edges to make it look really metallic, I guess. Much like how you and Andre started MCP at AO. That's true. That's very, very true. Look at this doofus over here, holding a sword. What a dummy. What are you doing? Oh, there's another doofus over here holding a sword over here. These people. What does he think he is? What do you think he is? Some kind of Jedi? Well, you help with the MCP thing too a lot, Wilmar. So don't cut yourself short on that one.
The ghost of turning the lights down.
I mean, I heard you coming. What are you doing here? I thought you went to bed.
Can't sleep yet.
Can't sleep yet. What are you thinking about playing Malifaux? I can't sleep either. No! I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
But I am watching The Life of Justinian Volume 1 through 9.
Like the real life Justinian? The Byzantine Emperor? His wife is the one that built the Hagia Sophia, right? Oh, I might have spoiled it for you.
Damn it, Dylan.
I've ruined history, I'm sorry.
Spoiling Byzantium history for me.
What history?
Byzantium.
Byzantium.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
Byzantium.
Byzantine.
I think it's one of those potato things.
Wilmar is right, though. That's one of the top 10 anime betrayals. You did it. Good job, Kara. We gotta put that sucker in the middle. Just like, yeah, boom, bam, pow! Pow! Catalina wine mixer. Nice, bright, gooey center. Uh-oh, that might be a little thick. That might be a little thick. Thick. Oh no. How are we gonna recover from this one? No. Knights of the Old Republic. That's all I can ever think about when I'm painting Star Wars stuff. I'm just like, man, I actually really like that MMO. I like the single player games, I should say too, but really big fan of the MMO. I thought it was one of the best MMOs I've ever played. Sometimes I wish I still had time to play stuff like MMOs. But there's just too much to paint. You know what? When all the things are painted, maybe I'll go back. And that's what this stream will be about then. Once all the models are painted. We will rise. What I don't understand is why Jesse's not here. Good, yeah, the gold saucer zone. Yeah, for real, dude. That stuff was awesome. I thought that was such a cool addition to the game. Chocobo racing and stuff. So good. So good. I love you, Daddy. Thank you, Xpaxis. Oh my gosh. One of my favorites. Dan, how you doing, buddy? Did you come here to watch me slowly lose my mind painting this monotonous square? Because if you did, you came to the right place. I love you, Daddy. X-Paxis, ladies and gentlemen. He's one of the best. Next week, we record hopefully the next episode of I was about to say Dust RPG, but it's a Dune RPG. Oh, X-Paxis, thank you very much for the gifted subs. My gosh. Thank you very much. That was generous of you. Thank you very much. I'm excited for more Dune. I'm excited for more Dune. Like, I'm constantly evaluating what I'm doing in my life. And, like, so I could say I don't want to do it anymore. So I can just get more free time. And every once in a while, the Dune RPG passes through my mind. And I'm like, no. Not an option. Not an option. Okay, now we're just going to do pure white. Now we're going to be super careful with this. We really want to be sparing. Thanks, X-Paxis. Love you as always, buddy. I can't really lick this brush. I must adapt. I'm lucky because I get to hang out with X-Paxis during the RPG. That's one of the best parts, is hanging out with him. Hobbit. Hobbit's cool to hang with. The other players are obviously, they're cool. They're cool people. I think their characters are good. I think it's a good group. Okay, so we're concentrating that white in the middle there. You might actually think that's a trick of the light. It's actually not. That's actually the paint. Looking for... Yeah, dude, me too. I'm super excited. Obviously bummed with what happened last time, but obviously obviously something was going on, but 100% is okay. I was more just excited to hang out with everybody. Thankfully, we pivoted and we played some video games and stuff, which was a lot of fun. So it was definitely not a wasted night by any means. But the first thought that went through my head, was my mind was like, oh, I get to hang out with X-Paxis tonight. That's awesome. All right, so we're just gonna take some of this white, highlight the edges. Now, while I'm in the middle of this, I'm also gonna highlight some of the prominent bits on the actual bar itself, and that should help kind of establish the fact that it's made of metal. I'm not going to be super precise about this because, again, these aren't mine. I'm not putting in that much effort with these things. I could spend days painting these things, and I don't want to. I just want it to end at some point in my life. Me too. Will's playing. Oh yeah, dude. Don't. Yeah. Obviously, I don't want to say concerned. That's not the right word. I'm sure your reason was fine, but I hope everything's good on your end. Nothing too hopefully it was only disruptive and not destructive. That's all I care about. And as we're doing this, Saul Goodman came to visit you? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Now, as you see, as I'm putting the white on the edges here, you notice how this thing started to like kind of stick out a little bit more. And even if the highlights are not perfect, again, I know for a fact that I'm coming in here with like a wash, and we're gonna like refine it a little bit. So it's like, it's fine. It's fine if it's not perfect. You're just working from home tomorrow, right? Nothing. You're not leaving or anything.
I'm not going anywhere this week because I did that already.
Right. Oh my gosh, we'll like hang out. We could talk about boys and our favorite books. Yeah, we could paint our nails. We could build a pillow fort. Oh boy, new Taylor Swift. Oh, that's just so exciting. Did the second episode of the RPG come out, Dan? I want to say it didn't, right? It hasn't come out yet? Because I think he wants to have like a backup episode or something like that. I don't think he put the second one out. Not yet. Okay. Yeah, soon. I hope to. I feel like he's done editing it. Have a great night, Dan. I'm sure we'll talk later.
Bye, Dan.
Kara said bye. Not that Dan though.
Bye, not that Dan.
She said bye, other Dan. Just so you know, I think PCN Dan is the other Dan. You're the real Dan. Bye. Oop. I'm not painting on the camera, Dylan. You big silly. And again, we're just taking some pure white, and we're just kind of making the high points prominent, very visible to the eye, so that it doesn't just blend in with the rest of the stippling that we did. This one's a little tricky because it's such a complicated like shape because it's a blaster. But again, I'm just doing a rough edge-ish highlight. I wouldn't even call it like an edge highlight per se. And then we're just gonna put some edge-ish, highlighting-ish kind of stuff on this blaster shot, just because we want it to be raised out from the rest of the bar, because it does have a lot of volume on this one. And this measure stick is probably gonna take the longest, just because it's the biggest one, and because it has, in my opinion, I think this is probably the most complicated of the shapes. But there you go. That's kind of roughly what it's going to look like. This would probably be good enough on its own, quite honestly. But like I said, we're going to refine it even more with washes and all that. I think the key here is just making sure the white stipple is pretty centralized. Had a couple more people join. Howdy. Howdy. Oh, you guys painting? I hope so. Bob Ross always said, it's always a better day when you get a chance to paint. So if you're painting, what are you painting? I want to know. Give it to me. There you go. See, if you kind of keep that central. Again, you might think it's like the light, but that's actually just the paint. That's actually just the paint job. That's super cool. That's a really, really cool effect. I love it. I love it. Alright, some pure white. Gonna do an edge highlight as cleanly as we can on the inside edge of the brim. A brim job, you could say. And these particular bars have these like raised details on here. So there's like the planet and the sun and all that stuff, and the Jedi's. And we're just gonna do, like, again, just like on the other one, we're gonna do a little raised detail work. Hit it with that pure white just to make it look real shiny, kind of like it's made of metal, which is the effect that we are going after. And again, we're not being super precise on the details, because that you could spend all day being perfect on that, and I ain't got that kind of time. I would like to go to bed at some point again in my life. So a little bit of pure white. Pick out the lightsaber.
Try this again. Good night.
Good night. And I'm going to pick out on this one the edges of it going towards the middle, because that makes it look like the light is coming centrally from that location. You see how it starts to like make it look like it's hitting it? Like it's going bing and then it's like sliding out. Get the top of the mountain ranges. Go along the top of the sun thing. Could be a planet, could be a sun. It don't matter. None of this matters. So again, there's like another little volume in there. It's like a little planet. Some kind of celestial body. Again, we're gonna just hit it with the pure white going towards the middle. And if it doesn't look right, I will do the full circle. But I don't think... I think for the purposes of keeping the volume and maybe with the light, the trick of the light that we're trying to go for on this thing, it might be good to just go with one side. Yeah, I like that. I don't know if I got the inside edge of this one. We'll just do it again. Do we have any Shatterpoint players in the chat? A lot of cool stuff coming out for the game. A lot of cool models. And again, same thing with this Jedi over here. Just going to use some white to make it look like like the light is coming from the middle. Little mountain range in the back. So, and this is a good example, right? You may not have even noticed that there was like a little mountain there. Now watch as we just take a little pure white and just start hitting the peaks and the sides of it. Now you see it. It's a lot easier to see it anyway. Sorry I don't have something a little more on the fancy side for you guys, but sometimes you just gotta paint stuff to get it done. pure white. More stipple. And we're going to reward this brush with a good acrylic paint eat just to save it, because this poor guy is... He's not looking too good. Got the old pinhead. What are you calling pinhead? Good. Again, gonna take a bit of a finer brush, hit the inside rim, and then every once in a while you might like accidentally streak something with a bit of white. That's actually not really a bad thing, because that might give it like a bit of a beaten texture, because that could simulate a pock, like a pock mark in the metal. So in a weird way, that actually not a bad thing. The edges here. And then you just pick out the little details and you'll notice that they just pop right out. Other side. Inside edge. And the sides I don't do quite as much work on, because you're probably not going to see them. And as far as like a light effect goes, I think that it works, because the light, the light is like coming directly down at it. And that area is also going to be the parts that get like the most like use, because that's where the fingers are going to be holding the things. So I'm not all that worried about making it look super detailed, because it's probably going to get the most damage. There you go. That's the... I forget the name of the word. Where it's like the staggered movement. And again, just to kind of give you an example here. This is the one I did after. This is the one I'm sorry, this is the post white. This is pre-white. You can note, and this one definitely, it looks like the trick of the light is really doing its thing here. So this one's going to be a little different, because this one doesn't have like the hard edges. So what we're going to do is we're just going to hit the middle of it, and then we're going to edge highlight the whole thing. Because the light trick doesn't work quite as well on this, just because of the way it's shaped. Hold on, why do I go to business text? I might have you do my Shatterpoint movement tools since I use my MCP ones for range. Why am I doing it? Am I gonna get paid in chicken sandwiches? You know what, Wilmar? For you, if you really wanted me to do that for you, I would. I would probably ask you to wait until I'm doing the ones for Warcrow, because it has its own like movement tools. But you know what? I would do it for you. You'll pay me in Namor. Excellent. You'll pay me the ability to paint him for you, or is it my own Namor? That's where it gets kind of tricky. It's one of those like monkey paw situations. Like I got to be really careful with my wording here. It's not just Namor too, isn't it? Isn't there another model on there? It's Black Panther, right? The wizard one. Yeah, Black Panther. Yeah, it is Black Panther. It's the one with all the mystic attacks. The 3-threat one. Yeah. No, but seriously, if you wanted me to do it, I would. Again, I would do it with my Warcrow ones, but you get some exceptions to everybody else. See, I'm painting this for Jesse. Jesse's not even here. Where is he? He can't even give me the view. Where you at? Where you at? Yo, dog, where you at? Yo, dog, where you at? Mostly messing with me. I want you to know, Wilmar, you have power that no one else has over the D. What will the French will they do? What will the French get the D tattoo? You could say I'm a tenacious D. Indeed. Indeed. You have control over Tenacious D. By the way, if anybody here has not listened to the new Tenacious D song Video Games, you should. It's pretty good. You should go listen to it. It's very short too. I think it's like 2 minutes. If that, I don't even know if it's 2 minutes actually. French will they do? All the French will got the Tenacious D tattoo. And here we go. Just another example. Got that light trick. It's still got a pretty good light trick on this side, but it's not quite as strong. Whamp. Like on my end, you could definitely tell the difference. Give it a stab. Give it a stab. The brush is actually just like giving up. They can't do it anymore. He's like, I'm tired, boss. I can't do it no more. Please, just let me die. Take me out back and just let me die. What a great actor. Green Mile. I'm tired, boss. Man, this thing is looking beat up. Sheesh. Sheesh. Should probably put a little right there in that corner. Like that. Oop, we got an edge. Got an edge highlight. I'm gonna let that brush breathe in the water for a tiny bit because he looks real sad. So right now we are just gonna edge highlight essentially this whole thing, which is a colossal pain in the butt, but you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? How's your Malifaux model going, Wilmar? You're probably gonna say something along the lines of "I was doing great until you bothered me." Until you bothered me. And you'll notice that this edge highlighting thing, it doesn't really add a whole lot to the like overall composition of the model, but what it does is it really helps frame. One, it makes it look more metallic. That it does help with considerably, just because of the material that we're trying to fake. But posted pictures, a live react, sweet, yeah, I'm down for that. Yeah, but it really helps like kind of refine it. Yeah, as soon as I'm done with this tool, I'll take a look. I'm having so much fun doing this side that, man, I can't wait. I hope there's another side. Oh, there is. There's another side. Hooray. That's exciting. Yay. That's everything I could ever hope for. You know, it's one of those little weird things where you don't really think about it with these tools, where like almost everybody has unpainted tools. Like if you go play MCP, like most people have like unpainted tools, or they got like 3D printed ones, or you know, something fancy from like a company or whatever. But they do really look a lot. They look considerably better when they are painted. Like it does, like to its credit, it does look way better when you have painted tools. I don't know what it is, but it does legitimately look better. Which, you know, I'm sure I'm really blowing everybody's mind when I say, hey, having painted stuff looks better than not having painted stuff. Yeah, I'm sure I'm really breaking the everybody's mind with that one, but like it's interesting just because like you don't really have to do it. I actually commissioned Andre's daughter to paint my MCP range tools. She did a real good job, and they look good. Oh, sweet, that's awesome. Now I always forget that he has that his it's his youngest, right? That's like really into doing artsy fartsy stuff. I think it's the younger one, right? Oh God, almost done. And you probably what? You probably didn't pay her that much, right? Maybe like $100, give or take. That's probably what I would pay. You got to get them when they're young, you know, before they know the value of money. $100, you can go watch a movie. The oldest, younger one is the one that plays. Yeah, okay. So the young one's the one that plays. Got it. Look at that, a little water, a little rub love, and look at that. Still not great, but better. All right, this is the one I was kind of worried about. This is the Force Lightning one, just because it doesn't really have a whole lot of raised edges. So I guess I'm just gonna like kind of pick out some of the bolts, I guess. To his credit, I gotta say, Andre always does have painted stuff. I'm pretty sure he does that on his own, right? Like, I'm sure the daughter helps sometimes, but like I know it's mostly contrast, which is fine. I told her to think of how much her, I'm assuming that's supposed to be time is worth, and charge me accordingly, and still undercharged me. I did give her more cash. Oh, that's sweet of you. How long did it take? Yeah, see, here's the thing, right? When I do commissions, I finally had to, like, just pick a price where I was like, this is way too much. It's way too much for me to ask for. And people still pay it. It's crazy. Like, I do $20 an hour, and each individual model, like a little infantry dude, can take me up to like 4 hours. But a lot of times I round down. So if something takes me like 4.5 hours, I'm like, I'm not gonna worry about all that stuff. So usually I'm on the forgiving side of the time, just because I know $20 an hour is expensive. Yeah, he paints all his minis. He recently broke his contrast streak for the bad batch. He's been slow. No kidding. Good for him. I'm assuming it's because he doesn't like the contrast whites. Because they don't look good. I'll have to congratulate him next time I see him. That's cool though. That's super cool to hear. And the thing is like I charge 20. And I don't think I'm worth it, but everybody compares my stuff to people that charge 20. So, like, from what I understand, I think John Ho charges like $20, 20-ish bucks an hour. And everybody's always comparing my stuff to his. So I'm like, I guess I charge 20? I wouldn't do like a full army commission. Like, I don't think I could ever do that again, but I think if somebody wants like a single like character painted, I think it's fair. Like, I think having done a couple 20s and somebody even said like, oh yeah, that felt like it was a little expensive, but they were happy with it. Well, I mean, that's fine. It is. I think it's expensive, but you know, you figure like that shit takes time. Like, looking back on it, like, even if I did, and for him, and admittedly, a podcast even, you're right. And I mean, Ernie, it's like anybody could say anything to me. I don't take offense, whatever. But I guess if I were to like look back on it, I don't know. I don't actually know what I would charge. 20 feels good. People keep paying it, so I'm like, I guess that's fine. I mean, because it wasn't even just you, Ernie. Other people paid me. So it's like, I guess it works. Yeah, So that's essentially the argument I keep having with myself is like, I tell myself like, would I pay $20 an hour to have somebody paint my models? No. But that's because I can do it myself. So then I try and think of it. I was talking to Dr. Nina about this, where we talk about how much we charge at the chiro clinic, because it's expensive. It's $70 a visit. You come in there, it's $70. We do what we got to do, and honestly, it doesn't take that long. So at first, I was having a bit of a time trying to like become okay with it, I guess, in some ways. But then I realized it's like I've been a chiro for 5 years, coming on 6 years, and it's like if you were to go to somebody who has done 5 years of like building decks or whatever, you're gonna be paying a pretty penny, and it's like, you know, I got to keep the lights on. And it's especially like in my situation where, you know, I could get paid doctor money to go do doctor things, but instead I'm taking the time to do that, you know, paint or whatever. And I'm like, I'm making a hell of a lot less money painting models. Because you figure, I think in my old place I was making like 30, like 38 or something an hour, something like that. I think that might be low. No, how much was I making? Because I was making 96. 96 is probably like 48-ish, probably like 48-ish an hour, something like that. Which is good money. In Boston, it's not, but it's not bad. You're paying for some. Yep, this is a whole discussion on its own. I agree. It is a whole discussion on its own. Well, I mean, we might as well talk about something. We've got 17 people here and nobody's talking, so I'm like, I gotta talk about something before I go insane. Yeah, because this is monotonous stuff right here. He said he really wanted to make them look really good, and so far he's been putting in the work. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, he paints all his men. I think it was like 2 weeks. She did admit to sort of giving up on the last tool, which I don't blame her on. Oh, and that's the thing. In MCP, there's an extra tool. Because there's 3 movement tools in that one. Oh, man. You stole it from her. Need more weight. Well, right, because you need to think about an hourly charge, then labor, supplies. Was the mini build? Are there any additional requirements? Yeah. Thankfully, Ernie, as is the joke, is a peach, right? He didn't really have like a ton of requirements. His only thing was base it the way he wanted to base it, right? I'll read that in a sec, Ernie. He wanted me to base it the way he wanted to base it. Perfectly reasonable, super easy to do. I think I had to build them, but thankfully the Bushido models are pretty easy. It's like, you know, we put an arm in, a head there. It's like, whatever, it's super easy. So I didn't even charge him for all that stuff. Like, I think I legitimately only thought about the paint jobs. Because I'm like, I'm not charging my buddy Ernie for this other crap. It's not happening. And actually, and technically speaking, I am an Adepticon painting contest winner, so I guess I'm doing something right. So next time somebody asks me that, I gotta make sure I'm wearing the medal. Like, will you paint my stuff? Like, yes. Kiss the medal. I gotta make like a ring out of the Adepticon medal. Did he paint doubloons? Who? Do you talk about Ernie? No, he gave me like an ancient Eldritch artifact. That, if you can say, he gave me essentially the Necronomicon. And if you can pronounce the name in it, it opens up a portal to Money Hell. But unfortunately, I have not been able to pronounce it correctly because I don't know how to read. So I think Ernie got a good deal. He said, you know, it was some guy downstairs named Stan or something like that. Stan. I think he said his name was. I don't know. Sounded kind of weird. You know how Ernie is. You know how he gets. Ernesto the Fiesto. Gold bricks. I normally pay in golden bricks. Because you can think about, yep, you're paying for your unique skills. Doesn't matter what they are. People look at something that's a hobby and they think they shouldn't make as much because they are doing something that they enjoy. That's true, but that's bullshit. $20 isn't that much more than Massachusetts minimum wage. That is true. Minimum wage in Massachusetts is what, 19? I guess that's true when you really think about it. Yeah, you know, that kind of makes me feel better. I guess maybe they think it's just because it's not like your job that they don't need to pay that much. But then again, I guess in a lot of ways, the people that want you to do that kind of stuff are people that are probably making 19 bucks an hour anyway. So it's like, that's a lot of money to them. And, you know, it's all relative. But, you know, when I was, you know, that young and I didn't make that much, I just painted my own models. There's a certain point, and I'm sure Ernie knows exactly what I'm talking about when I bring this up, but there's a certain point where your time and your money, your free time, I should say, are going to like influx off of each other, where like your time is going to become so much more valuable than just the amount of money it would have taken you to like pay for your models, in order to just like live a little bit more of a like fulfilling life. Because, you know, Ernie, I don't want to reveal too much. He's got a family, right? So I'm sure he'd much rather take his time and spend time with them as opposed to sitting at a desk and painting, even though he makes like 450 billion a year, you know? Like, I'm surprised he just doesn't buy Weird, you know, or AMG or CB, and just relocate them in his house so he can just dictate what they do with their free time. Like, I don't think Bolivia is going to exist as we know it much longer once a certain person gets of age. Which is a dang shame. I hear it's a very pretty country. A lot of people are also not willing to pay artists what they're worth. Yeah, that's for sure. Was just typing that. And if people are still not able to afford it because they are younger, then just ask for advice. You give advice. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what this Twitch is, right? Yeah, exactly. And, you know, and I'm pro bono, you know, like, for God's sakes. Like, if somebody were to give me a model to paint on the stream because it's, like, for a special event or something, I'd be like, I probably would just paint this stupid thing for free anyway. The one thing that gets me about painting for Jesse, and I would definitely tell this to his face if he is here, he sends me these models to paint, and I know he got a discount on them. And I'm doing all the work and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, he paid me in models, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But he doesn't pay for shipping. And that's what gets me, is I send something flat rate, not even like anything fancy. And it costs me 20 depends on the size of the box, right? I think it's $16 for a medium flat rate right now, roughly speaking. Obviously, it depends on where it goes. And the shipping alone, if I were to take everything he sent me and sell it, which I can't sell at retail because there are other people out there who are going to undercut that just by putting it like on eBay or whatever. So you figure I sell something MSRP minus like at 15% or off or whatever. Thanks. What was I going to say? 15% off. If I were to sell a Shatterpoint box, let's just say, How much is an average Shatterpoint box? It's like 45 bucks. So you sell it for, I don't know what. Probably gonna sell it for like 35 to 40 bucks or whatever. I sell one of those. That essentially pays for the shipping of 2 waves of things to Jesse. Which in itself means that essentially I'm getting the models to sell to break even on the money that I need to send the money to Jesse. Or to send the finished product that I did that I'm not getting paid for. And he also has a lot of like rules because everything has to be like super lore accurate. So it's like, it's not a great situation. And I love Jesse. I really do. And I would tell him, I would say all this to his face too. It's not like I'm hiding anything here. But, yeah, it's exhausting. And I don't enjoy it. True, on Sundays at the shop, Andre sends people to me with paint. He does it every single time. And I barely know what I'm doing, but I'm happy to help. The funny thing is like me and Wilmar will both be there, and he'll still send them to Wilmar. That's the thing that always confuses me. That's because you and Dr. D are good people and fantastic. Yep, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Wilmar is actually, he's a really good painter. Oh, yeah, I forgot, by the way. We gotta look at his thing. Look at his thingy. Whee. Oh, he painted the birdie. Needs work, but getting there. May use the airbrush to get white dots all over the smoke. Then do the cards at the very end. You know what you could do? Is you could do easel painting. I'll show the picture in a second. But what you can do is if you fill the end of this brush with paint, what you can do is you can flick it, and it'll actually send out little dots of paint. And I do that whenever I'm painting easel paintings. Whenever I want to make snow or like tiny stars. Or what you could do is you could always use the back of the brush and stick it in the paint, and then so like as an example, so you put it on like the back of it, and then put a dot, and it'll make a perfect dot. But yeah, what you could do. So yeah, if you've seen any of my easel paintings, I really like snow. I don't know if anybody's ever noticed this. I really love snow. Hence the winter Russians, and I have winter I think of every World War II army there is. Yeah, you put it on there and you give it a little thwonk, and you can do it. It's really hard to control where it goes, so you want to be careful. If you're gonna put it on the little swooshy effect on the bird, which I'll show in a second, I would make sure you do it on a really tiny brush and then just really gentle, because it's going to be hard to control where it goes. Every once in a while you'll get like a little booger fling too, where it's like 2 drops. So like as an example, like you'll do it and you'll get this, and then you'll get like a line that connects it because it didn't like separate properly or whatever. You'll get something kind of like, not quite like that. It actually looks kind of cool. I'm a big fan of it. You'll get like something kind of that looks like that. Not quite so blocky, but when you do, I think it looks cool, but it may not look natural. But yeah, that might be a good idea if that's what you're trying to say with that. If you want little white dots. I have some painter's tape to cover the base, but honestly, that may add to... Yeah, I agree. So if that was you, I would actually do it over maybe the entire base. I would just maybe start small. And then if you're like, ooh, I really like that effect. Even if you want it like on the bird itself, I would give it like a good little thwack. And I would do it before, maybe paint the cards? Maybe before you do that? I don't know. That's up to you. That looks really good. I'm digging it. Yeah, the NMM really coming along. The gold looks really good, especially. Iron, the MMM, it just takes so long to do. God, it takes so long to do. And are you keeping this as metallic, this part underneath the butt? Or is that supposed to be white? Oh, you're probably gonna paint that white. Yeah, cars will be less, okay. Or are you gonna keep that as like a metallic? Well, it's not really painted metallic. I'm assuming you're gonna keep that as white. and just kind of blend it into the blue, which is good idea. It's got a Bernie butt. But yeah. I think it looks great. But yeah, I hope that helps with the white dot thing. Because if you really want it controlled, then you would do it with like the back of the brush. The bird is supposed to be propelled by fire, and so I'm doing the thing I do. Okay, so you're gonna do like the red, orange, black thing. Yeah, that I was actually gonna say that might be what I would do. And then it would like kind of turn itself into magic or whatever it is that she's doing. I don't know, this one I'm kind of in on, but it's fine. Propelled by fire. Okay, last one. Yeah, one of these days, Wilma, you have to come with us when we go to an easel painting thing. It's a lot of fun. I learned a lot of like kind of neat ideas like that from the class. It's a very enjoyable experience. That might be a really good date night thing with like Ernie too. Like Ernie, you and your lady, maybe bring the kids. We just go do like an easel painting. It's a absolute blast. Interesting that you started with the birds, though, Wilmar. I'm surprised you didn't like go straight to Colette. Oh, and I was looking. I'm constantly trying to like figure out a way to like organize all my stuff. I found the limited edition Performer, the one that you had to get from a certain sale. Do they sell that one anymore? Let me go get it. It's actually a pretty cool looking model. I didn't play Colette. My girlfriend at the time did. Junk, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you looking so cute, Junk. Look at your big tummy. Oh, yeah, good tummy. Yeah. It's so funny looking through my old stuff. I'm just like, my God. It's a good thing I'm a good painter now, because I sure as hell wasn't always a good painter. Ugh. But, you know, sometimes you gotta break a couple eggs to make a couple omelets, you know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying, Fry Man? Ugh. You leave the masters for last, really? That's surprising. I feel like that'd be the one you'd want to start with. Because, you know, it's the model you know you're going to use the most. So this one... Which, it was a really good model back then. A bit of a pain in the ass, because you got the classic standing on one foot thing going on. I probably should paint this one. A lot of good skin tutorial. But yeah, this model is destined to just fall. I think all of Colette's models are probably half doomed to fall off their base. But so this is a. They used to be called Performers, I think, in N2. I don't know. I think I was actually looking at Colette's thing just a little while ago. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure showgirls are a thing anymore. Let me look. But this is the limited edition one that was from, you know, one of their sales. Yeah, so they only have showgirls now. Yeah, back in the day they used to be called Performers. So they just changed the name. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, it is a showgirl, but they did not used to be called that. Thin Lizzie. Yeah, here it is. Here's the art. So, yeah, it's a showgirl now. Because if you go up here, you can look at the alt model, and it's showgirl 4. So it's the one that doesn't come in the box. Right. I think back in the day, they used to just be called performers. And again, I keep saying N2. Second edition. Second edition, I think these were called performers. But they probably didn't want to use that word anymore because of now there's like a lot more models. So they probably wanted like other ways to just do that. Manipulative is so good. God, it's just so good. Because now you have other kinds of like dancers and stuff, right? You have like stuff like ice dancers and stuff. Yeah, like look at that. Look at that. That's awesome. Look at that. But yeah, this was the limited edition one that you had to get from. Oh my gosh, I don't remember which one it was. I think it was one of their the Black Friday sale. I want to say it was a Black Friday sale. I don't think because if you go to the conventions, they also do stuff like that. That's how you get the Miss models, though. I think this was the one that came with the limited edition Lazarus that I have. I think it was. This one was the one where if you spend $300, and the other one, I think the Lazarus was the 150 one. It was. I think that was the case. It might have been the other way around, but yeah. I don't know if I don't think I ever bought the Colette box because the girlfriend was playing them, so I never had the need to. If I find them, I could probably just give them to you, or you can donate money to me surviving being unemployed, but I could probably just give them to you. Anyway, but yeah, that's my opinion. Yeah, my opinion is like I would paint the Masters first because you know you're gonna use them, right? That's why I'm painting Cooper. I'm just like, because every single time I play Apex, it's like, you know what you're going to bring. I'm bringing Cooper. There ain't no way I'm not going to do it. And then, like, maybe even paint the henchman next in case somebody does, like, the henchman hardcore or whatever. I mean, I'm not sure how classic that format is, but obviously you don't listen to what I'm saying. You do your own thing. But I'm just thinking, like, paint the things that you're going to use the most first. Because, like, the dogs, if I'm playing Apex, they're gonna, I mean, at least Uller is gonna be there. I think Artemis is a bit more of a technical pick, because she's very good at scheme running, but if there's no schemes to run, then there's probably, she other than just being a okay model. I don't think she's, I think there are better choices for those kinds of situations. Not that she's a bad choice, I just think there's better. Because the dogs are kind of expensive. I think they're like 8. I think they're 8 soul stones. And I think bringing like a Hool, the giant bat thing, might be a better option for like fighting and all that. Or even the T-Rex with an upgrade or something like that. But Weird is really good about the FOMO, and I admit I'm a little worried about falling back into that with them. Just because I know with CB, whenever they're releasing something, unless it's like an army I really just don't care about, I'm probably going to buy it. Because at some point, I think to myself, like, I don't want to have to pay $700 for this model later, when I could just buy it for like $15 now. Thankfully, the things they've been releasing lately are all things that I want to play. So you figure the Varangian is in... like you can't not use a Varangian in 012 if you have the option, because they are so ridiculously good. And then Torchlight is an 012 sectorial, so it's like, yeah, probably I'm gonna get that. But I'm a little worried that with Weird, just because they're so nefarious, they're gonna have one of their sales, and then one of the models that's locked behind paying $300 is going to be like, hey, an Explorer Society model you use all the time, and it's really good, and it's a great model, and I'll be like, damn it. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm actually on the lookout for some of the... Again, if I find any of them, I'll hit you up. I think the sales now just have all the models accessible. That would be amazing. If you could just go to their website and just buy the stupid thing, that would be amazing. Hold on, I gotta turn my air down. It's getting hot in here. I use the minions to figure out the scheme. That you see, that's fair. That's smart. Then practice it through the model so I know the master will look good. Like Masaki's actually in a weird place for me because I goofed up the colors between her minions and her. You know, in a weird way, I think Malifaux, if there's a game, MCP might be the one that beats it out. But I think in Malifaux, I think for the most part, you can have each model look individual because a lot of times they're not really wearing uniforms. With the exception of Guild and a lot of the stuff in Ten Thunders, I do agree. Because a lot of the Ten Thunders units are like army or like Pan-Asian army ninjas or rifle guys or whatever. But like a lot of Explorer Society is just guys in suits, so like I could paint each suit differently. Because like there's no real uniform. Arcanists, they can all kind of wear whatever they want, right? Because like, and in Colette's case, like they're just wearing different colored dresses, right? What else? Bayou, they're all just a bunch of hillbillies. I don't think wear whatever they want. What else is there? Neverborn are demons. They probably don't even wear clothes most of the time. So honestly, I think if there's a game where you could actually paint each model almost completely individually, I think Guild would be the one exception. Just because it is like a paramilitary thing. I think you could, honestly. But I agree. Ten Thunders, I could see how that could be an issue, just because of the fact that they all do. They are like an organized, like I guess like triad, I guess more than anything. They are actually really good about it so far. For every $100 you spend, you get a free model from that miss and alternate selections. I'm actually getting real close to having all the alt models just from the threshold. Oh, so they actually have the old ones there too. That's cool. That's cool if you can get the old ones. Yeah, that probably kills the third-party market thing, which is good. I wish companies did that more. Because, you know, just in case, like, somebody's like, oh, I'm just new to the game and I really want this model. Yeah. So every $100 you spend, you get a free model from that miss and alternate select. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so they don't, like, lock specific models behind paywalls anymore. That's good. I'm really happy to hear that. That was a little predatory from them. I know they're trying to make money and they were doing it certain ways, and I get it. It's fine, but I don't know. That kind of has a feel bad connotation to it. Of course, I kept doing it because I was dumb, and I didn't make nearly enough. I didn't make nearly as much money as I did back then. And I still don't think I could do it now. A lot less responsibilities back then. Okay. So, maybe that's what I'll do with the Clampets. If I feel so inclined. If I'm like, I really like these models, I'll buy the Clampets. But I'm definitely not going to buy them anytime soon. Just because I'm like really happy with the Explorer Society. Like, shockingly so. Where at first I was like, let me just buy all the masters because I'm a stupid completionist that needs to do that kind of stupid crap. And then I look up how they play and all that, and I'm just like, wow, all of these masters are like seriously cool. Tiri's the one that I think is blowing my mind the most right now with trying to figure out how she plays, because she has the whole like embrace technology, follow tradition card flip thing. And I'm trying to figure out if I want to. And that was one of the original reasons I was thinking, oh, I'll just play each master about 10 times before I switch. Because I'm sitting here thinking, like, I'm going to play her once, I'll kind of get the general gist of it, not enough to fully understand it, and then I'll put myself in danger because I'll go to an event and I'll think to myself like, oh, I bet this master's probably really good in this scenario, and bring them, and then I'll lose and look stupid. But I think nowadays, I think masters, like, I'm sure if you really got in the nitty-gritty of it, certain masters would be like, yeah, you would never want to bring this master with this thing or whatever, blah, blah. But, like, at the level we play, it's kind of like we could probably play any master we wanted for any of the strengths and schemes. It probably would be fine. And while that's the case, I probably should be like, okay, let me play Lord Cooper. Let me actually physically see what he is good at. And then I can make better decisions later. But we'd have to play, like, a lot more. Yeah, I don't doubt that. So, like, Tiri's box seems really good. Like, she's good. Ouroboros is, like, really... It's, like, a really good totem. The Assassin's Creed guy seems really good because he has, like, a 3-inch push on attack, which is, like, really strong. And I think the Awuwu warriors, I think, are really good because they keep the shielded going around. It's a really interesting keyword. Like, it really is. I'm excited to try it at some point, but then it's like, oh, I'm really excited to play all the other stuff. Okay, I gotta see. Go away. I gotta pull the video up again. That's the word I'm looking for. That one right there. Whee! Got your friend, John Ho. Got your friend. So like a dark brown. Actually, I might have a perfect. Oh! I might have a perfect ink for this. Okay, then he uses vegetable oil. I think our stuff looks pretty similar, quite honestly. Shit. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so Agraxo Shade. Really, really watered down, though. I could probably get rid of this. If you guys want to see something cute. Look at that, Bobby. Look at that, Bobby. He's flipping upside down. He could be a sweet doggy. Look at that little Bubby. There's your big old, yeah, your bear Bubby. He's a lot nicer when he's not snarling at people. That's the kind of Bubby we're used to. Doesn't matter how much of a peach you are. He will nom you. As so I'm sure some of the people in this chat can attest to. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Let's do. Where did I put it? I know I just had one. You know what? I'll use the one here. Funnily enough, now that I've been concentrating on painting certain things so much more, watching someone paint who is watching someone else paint, mind blown. Paintception. Oh my god. That's John Ho. A lot of people say we paint very similarly, so just say what you guys say about that. He's not the devil. Why you call Bubby? You just gotta love him. You gotta love him on his rules. That's how it goes. If you don't, you're asking for trouble. That dog is the devil. It's the devil, Bobby. Would you say he's a predator? Oh, you weren't here for the Vasquez reference yesterday, Mr. Ernie. Alright, so what I'm doing is I'm taking some Agrax Earthshade and I'm heavily diluting it with some water. The water. He doesn't look like the devil right there. He's just a little sweet, little sleepy boy. And as soon as I started petting him, he growled. So there you go. Some things never change. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and just like the video said, we're going to mostly... I guess this one we're going to stain the whole thing. At least on the inside. And the key here is we just don't want it to sit. Because as soon as it sits, it will stain. And when you do it like this, what happens is it makes it very easy to, I don't know, I guess maybe not mask is the right word, but the transition zones are going to become a lot more blended together, I guess might be a good way to put it. We're going to try and pull it out of the center, because that's where we want the highest points to be. Somebody put some hair on it. That's cool, I guess. You know, whatever. That's what you're into, I suppose. So just to kind of put it into perspective, that's what it looks like before and after. So this is before, this is after. You can definitely tell it's like the blend is like way smoother. Now it really does look like a beaten piece of like dark metal. Still find it crazy that Vasquez is a pasty white female actor. That's true. Although that happened back in the 80s, man. They're not going to change it, especially these days. They can't even make like movie plots that are different. Although they do, well, I'm not going to get involved in that discussion. I was going to say the characters have changed in a lot of these things. They look a little different than they used to. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm gonna put some specifically in those little crevices, just to make it look a little bit darker. I think it looks pretty good. So we'll let that dry. Do the next one. You know, I was just thinking, like, I wonder why Ernie's here. And then I'm like, oh, that's right. Ernie doesn't sleep. He just... I don't know. He just exists in a perpetual state of exhaustion, I guess. I'm pretty happy with that. Alright, this is going to be the weird one. Somehow there continues to be strands of hair. Well, we didn't get a chance to paint Lando today, which makes me kind of sad because I really would have liked to have gotten rid of all these models. But I'll have to finish him off stream. I might just paint him tomorrow because I do have quite a bit of free time tomorrow, actually. But I guess I'll show him to you in a second. I don't think I did anything to him that I didn't do on the stream. Which now there's going to be a Lando in the game from Cloud City. Which, that's cool. Sorry, I'm sitting here doing this. I may not be doing it on the camera because I'm just like concentrating. Sorry. So that's what we don't want to happen. You see that like ring? That's what happens if you let it sit for too long. But thankfully, if you make it wet and you give it like just a gentle but firm rub, a lot of times you can get it off. If you know what I'm saying, Fryman. Phrasing. Oh, really? Why is that? I remember you saying you didn't want to buy any more stuff before. I remember that. But why is the Lando one going to be the last one? Are you a big Lando fan? Like I said, there might be some things in Shatterpoint I'd want to buy just to kind of paint it because I really like the character, but yeah, the game just doesn't grip me. Not to say it's bad. It's just not exciting, I guess. But I think we've talked about this ad nauseum. Like the game's fine. I like Lando, and he'll go, yeah, Han and Chewie, right, makes sense. If I play them, but like we talked before, the game is fine, but I'd rather play, yeah, other stuff. Yeah, Lando and Lobot will be for painting. Maybe, yeah, maybe play with Andre, yeah, for sure. Like, I have a feeling if I did buy, like, a little team of just characters that I really like, it would mostly just be to play with you guys. Like, I don't think I would go to events or anything for that, for sure. If I'm not going to events for MCP, there ain't no chance in heck that I'd be going for a Shatterpoint event. Good night, Ernie. Thanks for hanging out, man. It was cool. It's always good to see you. Ernie is a good man. Overworked, but good. He deals with me, so he's got to be doing something. Probably not what I would do with mine. I might have just, I don't know, maybe wash mine with blue, make it really shiny. I get why he wanted brown though. I get that. I do agree with him. I think this stains a little bit more than I like, because now it doesn't really look. I guess on the camera it looks fine. I don't know. It kind of looks. I guess I prefer the white. I prefer the white to the brown. Ernie, white to the brown. The brown, tint. Yeah, they really are. That wash, yeah, it definitely go. Like this one, I think this one's like, I think I got a little tinted too much. I don't think I like that quite as much, but Whatever. It's fine. Okay. Then we're going to do enamel. Kind of like a pin wash, I guess. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Noosh weathering medium, which is very similar to like a oil. It's kind of got this like, yeah, just the way you can see that on the camera with the light. It's kind of like it's a goo. It's got like a goo texture to it. I'm gonna put in some of Dalarowny Burnt Umber because it's kind of rusty. It's got like a rust look to it. And maybe don't do it. You know what? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I think these need a second to dry, just in case. I'll be right back. Okay. So, Dalarowny ink. Really, really cool stuff. Really powerful. You want to talk about something that will stain. Oh, oh boy. Hold on. Business. Business message. Okay. So, now, we're going to take this Dalarowny ink. Dalarowny ink is usually, it's very, very dark. So, this stuff is going to be kind of goopy. Because it's the Walsh stuff. But as you can see, there's still like a flow to it. It's about the texture right there. So like even if you mix it with a little bit of water. It's just kind of stainy. And you take it and you pull it. You see how it's transparent? It's still a little strong for me, but we'll see. I don't do this very often. Let's do it on a dry one first. Alright, so this one we're just gonna literally hit the edges of it. So The inside edge, that is. And then maybe some of the dark spots. And it doesn't have to be perfect either. So even if it like spills out on stuff and stains it a little bit, that's probably actually not really a bad thing. It gives it like a little bit of consistency. Now as you can see, this stuff really stains. Like look at that. Put on this a little bit just to kind of give it a little bit of texture. Pat away some of it. So you could pat it away with your finger. It's a really good way to kind of control your placement. But note that wherever it goes, the color's changing. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. So when you put it in there, just be really careful for anything that you're painting when it comes to inks. And the Walsh stuff gives it just a little bit of... it's like a drying medium, which is very, very reminiscent of oil. It's not quite oil, so don't. It's not a perfect replacement, but it is a hell of a lot cleaner to deal with. Oils are really, really cool, but they are messy. So if you put it in there and you want like a smoother like transition, so like here, let's get a good example. See, so no, there's like a little bit of a pooling there. Just kind of tap it with your finger. And it like essentially takes away all the excess and just immediately stains. So you could also do this with like a Q-tip. So enamel stuff, oil enamel, usually people use like Q-tips to kind of suck away the excess. That's technically what Noosh was made for, was to do something very similar to that. We're kind of doing like a weird, pardon the expression, bastardized version of both. Which I usually do with tanks. And then you can kind of do whatever you want, really. A little stain here and there, kind of give it a little character. There you go. I think that's a finished tool. Not too shabby. I'd use that. Hit it with a. I'm gonna hit it with a couple coats of matte varnish, because this will get a lot of use. Just note that oil washes and inks and all that are incredible tools, but you got to use these responsibly, because if you don't, you will really ruin a paint job, because they are insanely strong. Yeah, it does. Thank you. It does look. I think I'm happy with it. Like so, maybe a little dark, a little on the dark end for me. I think I would have preferred to use it a little bit more, a little brighter, but this is what he wants. And so this is one of the reasons why I don't like GW washes, is because if you notice how this stains, like, pretty strong? If you use a GW wash, I feel like it's going to do the same thing. I really don't like GW washes because I feel like they act more like inks, and they really overpower whatever paint job you're doing. So like if you're just looking for something to like go into the recesses and actually like paint something, I seriously think GW washes are not very good at it, but I think GW washes are good at if you put a GW wash over something very, very bright, it will 100% tint the model in such a way where it helps with the transition. I mean, you can't deny that. It does, you know, it does what it's supposed to. I just don't think people realize that that's not what a wash is. But most people that, you know, whenever they think of washes, GW washes, the first thing that comes to mind. Just because that's what they learned on. And that, the camera is picking up kind of a harsh transition line there. That is not there. That's just because it's still wet. When that dries, yeah, that's going to be gone. Alright, this is going to be the tricky one. So for this one, I'm just going to keep it to the kind of like the areas where it would get kind of greasy if this was like some kind of like worker's tool. So probably like in the recesses, in this like middle area. Areas that wouldn't get rubbed very often by like somebody's hand. Because there'd be like a dirt accumulation. I guess it's not really oil per se, it's more like dirt. GW's team has done a good job of cementing their paints as the paints. Yeah, people when they think of, bro, you are not wrong. I think the stranglehold is coming to an end. To anybody that's been in the hobby for any amount of time, but I do think that if somebody comes to the hobby with no help and they're just kind of waltzing in as a you know like a little innocent doe. I think they will get immediately pulled into GW paints. And then, unfortunately, you get a bit of like a sunken cost fallacy. See, that really helped that one. I think that looks really good. You get a bit of like a sunken cost fallacy because now those people don't want to buy new paints because they've already bought a bunch of GW ones. Which, you know, whatever. I don't think GW paints are bad, necessarily. I just think that one, there's better, and I don't think that GW is honest with what they're supposed to do. The washes are kind of the biggest culprit of that one, because I think people use them in ways that like you're supposed to use inks, but again, you could just use inks, and I think you get a lot more control. And it's not that the GW washes are bad, they just don't do what they say, because they're an ink. So this isn't even me just being anti-GW, this is, I think, kind of a intrinsic issue of dishonesty. I'll read that in a second. Let me just finish what I'm doing. I don't want to let this sit. '82nd Legion, my man. How you doing, buddy? I've been telling people on Sunday to check out other colors, Army Painter and whatnot. I will point folks through a few GW paints since I find a handful of them to be pretty good. Yeah, I will be the first person to tell you that this paint, you know, Scrag Brown, I use it for literally fucking everything. So, yeah, in that case, there are certain paints that they use that are great. I'll never deny that. But I do think that people should experiment more, right? But then there's a lot of people out there that just don't want to paint, which is, I mean, it's fine. If they get enjoyment out. How's your truck doing? 82nd, by the way. Was that? I think it was. That was you or Hinkelmeyer? You the one that was working on the electric system on your truck? Was that you? Or was that Hinkelmeyer? I know it was one of you two. But I do think people should experiment more, for sure. Just to find something that they might like. But if you don't enjoy painting really all that much, GW is the way to go. Just get it done. Paint with contrast, be done. And if you're wanting something fancier and you don't want to paint, then just hire someone to do it for you. Because they'll know the differences. You know, they're already buying extra paints. Like, that's the one advantage of, like, that Jesse has with me, right? Is that he's like, oh yeah, can we just do this one color? And, like, I may not, I'll just own certain colors that, you know, he didn't have to, like, help me get or whatever. So it's kind of like, especially useful to him, because he's contacting somebody who's already went through the process of, like, figuring out the paints that they like and what they know they can do with it and all that stuff. But I agree with you, Wilmar. I completely agree with you. And especially, like, when you start getting to the point where you're worried about, like, satin and gloss finishes, it's like, bro, you want to start getting into, like, oh, I want a black, but I specifically want a gloss black. Like, that's when you get to the like, paint levels of, like, yeah, I want a very specific black to do a very specific thing so that I can win a painting contest or whatever. Like, that is the point where I'm just like, I don't want to really go that far. I guess that wasn't you, 82nd Legion, about the car thing. Are you British, out of curiosity? Because you always pop in here, like, right around midnight on our end. I don't know if I'm always going to be able to do midnight, because when I start working again on Mondays, I got to work Tuesday at 10. Yeah, I could probably stay up. Yeah, you'll probably still see me. I'm just thinking I might disappear from you once I start working again, but I know me. I know me. I can't give up on you, 82nd. Oh no, you told me where you were. You're not from. No, you're American. That's right. Yeah. We talked about this. You're like Tennessee or something like that. Yeah, I do remember us talking about this in one of the streams. That's right. All right, I'm putting a little bit of stain in this the force lightning cracks, just because I think it will help give it a little more volume. God. Jeez. It's a raid of one person. Thank you, Second Legion. You raided me with one person. I really appreciate that. Welcome. Is that really a raid? Is it only you? If it's one person, or is it your channel sent one person? I don't know how that works. There we go. Give it a little more volume. You can definitely tell what it is now. Not my favorite. It's fine. Gets the job done. It's all that matters. Getting the job done. So with that, yeah, with that Lando, I think. Did you get the Jabba Palace box, Wilmar? If you're playing Lando, because you might want Luke, right? If you're playing Rebels. Because there's a Lando in the box, right? I think he's in the same box. It's Bar 2, Leia, Lando, Luke. Yeah. Because he's a Rebel Alliance leader. He's actually, like, from what I understand, like, actually kind of helpful to your team. Which is good, because, you know, it's weird, because Luke never works, like, with them in the movie. He's kind of, like, with them for 5 seconds, and then he's like, okay, I gotta go do my own thing. Star Wars. Star Wars is confusing. I'll never understand it. I did not. Haven't bought a box since the Witches of Dathomir box came out, but I have 2 boxes built and prime ready to be played. Sweet. Yeah, because you're playing the Dathomirians and I know you use Maul, who's I'm pretty sure has the Dathomirian keyword. I think he does. I know his brother does, Savage, right? Because he's in that box. There you go, guys. I think that's it. That's a wrap. Close the bar. Tip your waiters. I went one night without painting a Malifaux model. I did it. I deserve an award and a reward. Core box Maul, Super Commandos. That's right, Super Commandos. That's right. Yeah, because Super Commandos is really good with him because Maul doesn't really use Force, and the Mandos are greedy. Yeah, Jesse's always going on about that. Don't forget to clean your brushes. Gen Fantastic Goop, good stuff. Helps keep the bristles moist. Moist. Okay, let's get a family shot. By Jove, we did it. Let me take a picture for prosperity. Oh, man. We did it. So, all that's left before I ship all this stuff off and take a break from Shatterpoint is just gotta finish Lando. Finish his pants. It was brought to my attention from Jesse that the straps are not black, but they're like a really dark chocolate brown, apparently. And the rim of his helmet is black, not like a jade color. But his shirt is definitely like an emerald color. Yeah, thanks, Wilmer. The base is done for the most part. Just got to paint the black. I think that desert came out really good. Got to paint his stick. So essentially, all I got to do left. There's a little bit more brown stuff I got to do because I don't know what color that is, but The black, thankfully, won't take too long. It's mostly just the stick and the helmet. And then, I guess the armor is copper, technically, but then it's heavily verdigreed, so it's like a dark, or like a green color, like a jade green color. See that sea foam color? Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm happy with them. It'll be nice to send all this stuff off and just be done with it for a while. Cause then I'll probably paint some of my own stuff. We'll probably do some War Crow, and then we got to finish up some of the other stuff. So here's the Leia from the same box. I got to do all the Ewoks. Oh, I can't do it because I can't control my computer. Yeah. So there you go. 12:30 is probably a good time to stop too. But it was good to finish. I'll have to post what my percentage of finished work is now, because I just finished, because I listed the combat tools as 7 separate tools, or even though there's not 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's only 6 of them, Dylan, doofus. But the percentage will definitely move quite a bit after I finish 7 of these things. And then Lando's not too far behind, so I think that number's really going to jump up, which I'm excited to see. And then, I guess, what are we going to paint next? I think he wants the Sith Inquisitors? I can actually look that up. I think he wants the Sith Inquisitors. Yeah, I can't use my computer. It's just not gonna let me work. It's just not gonna work. Yeah. Stellar. Yeah, but I think he wants the Inquisitors. He also wants them done painted like white. Because I guess there was some guy on the internet that painted them a certain way, and he was like a real big fan of it. So they're like a white and gray Inquisitor group. I think there's only 4 of them, right? Because there's there's like the Grand Inquisitor, and then there's like 3rd, 4th, and 5th brother and sister. Sisters, I think there's 2, because Riva is one of them. Yeah, and I think after that, it's mostly just Ewoks. And then I do actually still have to paint... he's over here. This guy. He's an Avenger. Yeah, I gotta paint his MODOK that he sent like 1,000 years ago, and then he buried under... Yeah, she sure did. was that or not? Was that not her name? Wasn't that her name in the show? Was her name Riva? That's true, actually. Oh my gosh, dude, she followed the Burning Man all the way, all the way to a galaxy far, far away. Oh my god. But yeah, we gotta paint this. We gotta paint. This is all for Jesse, by the way. This is not for me. And we gotta finish up Gwenpool. Which, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of work. So, still a lot of stuff. Still a lot of stuff. And then, after we're done with all that, I can paint whatever I want. Dobby will be free. He'll be a free elf. But I do suspect in the near future, Warcrow will be making an appearance. I think I will specifically be making a concerted effort to paint the entire starter box. At least the human side of it. Kara says she wants to paint the orcs. I might paint one of the orcs just to kind of show it off. Just in time for Warcrow. Just to show off how to paint the skin and stuff, how I would do it. And I might do a tutorial, paint-wise, for the website, blog-wise. Yeah, I gotta do more blogs. Again, I've been really dragging my feet. This guy is going to be a non-metal metallic tutorial. It'll be really beginner level because I'm not really all that good at it myself. But maybe I'll do a little like tutorial on OSL too, because that lantern's going to be lit, and I would like to have candles. I think there's supposed to be candles. Yeah, with a couple little candles. I think it'd be fun. I might get the bear via webway, save myself on shipping and handling. Yeah, you should be able to do that, right? You only want the bear. I'm pretty sure they sell the bear separately. I got mine separate. Well, I had the option to get it separately. I'm in with the big boys now. I can order from them directly on a separate page of the website. When is the moonless tutorial for the lamplighters? Dude, those lamp lighters are intense. Oh my god, those models are crazy. The I can't make. I don't know how to make the Moogle noise. Yeah, I guess the real question is I gotta paint. I just want to paint all of Apex and just like paint an entire keyword, or at least enough to like play. You know what I mean, Fryman? Like it'll be Cooper, the dogs. Probably be at least one of the Chrysis hunters, the sniper guys, and maybe 2 of the Vitagi, which are the ones that make the bear traps. At least get the core done. I think. Oh, and then I'll probably do Model 9, which is this little robot henchman. And maybe I'll paint the Ahul. I really am, because the Ahul is cool because it's dual keyworded, so it's also used with Cadmus, which I think is really gonna be helpful because, you know, painting that stuff, if you get dual keyword out of it, it's just so much better. Oddly enough, my desk is actually slowly but surely getting more clear with every Twitch, which is cool. Definitely really looking forward to getting my desk back from all the paint. But yeah, guys, thanks for hanging out with me. It's been a blast, as always. Go to Professional Casual Patreon if you want to help us out. If you would like to help me out specifically through Patreon, I am the Digital Nomad tier on that website. And anything you do there will go directly to help me do all the stuff that I do, whether it be like new cameras and stuff for Arachne. And don't forget to check out Arachne. We just put out 2 new things today. Well, I guess 1.5. We redid the 2nd episode of Calamity Jack, which is a audio drama. So even if you don't like Infinity, you might really like the audio drama because it is a it's just kind of like science fiction. And I wrote the script and all that, and I do it mostly me with the voice acting. Kara does a little bit, and there's a new character at the very end of it. Ooh. And well, I got to get a new keyboard, so hopefully it'll make me want to type more. So I might do the 3rd episode. I already got an idea for what it's gonna be. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be fun. But anything else? If you want to buy a lot of the paints that we just used today, go to Monument. Go to Monument Hobbies and use the code Professional Casual in all caps to get a swanky discount. Also helps me out directly. And I think that's it. Yeah, guys, it's been a blast. Wilmar, thanks for coming as always, buddy. I think at some point I'm just gonna have you be in the voice channel, because a lot of the times it's me and you just talking. I think I have my old keyboard right down there. I didn't throw it away because I was debating if I even wanted to keep using the keyboard that Ernie gave me, because that thing was driving me nuts. Yeah, the keys kept falling off, and like I don't know what it was, but like the keyboard position on it was just bad. And it was making it tough. Also, I have Balta. Gotta paint a Balta at some point. Too much to paint. Too much to do. Just too much. Yeah, guys, have an absolutely wonderful night. Thank you again for really just hanging out with me. I had a blast, as I always do. And I hope you guys have a lovely night. I gotta restart my computer. Gosh, it just never ends. Anyway, I love you guys. Don't work too hard. And I'll see you in a week. If we're not painting Warcrow, we will be painting probably Shatterpoint or Infinity or Malifaux. Who knows? Maybe even a tank. Who knows where life will take us. Anyway, guys, absolutely have a lovely day, and I'll see you next time. Don't let the unpainted gray hordes get you.
Let me make sure I'm within 2 of Zemo. I think I am. Is it 2 or 1? 2. Yep. For sure. Yeah, you should be good. 2 rerolls, so we got 3 so far, and we'll turn that 3
Give
into
Hood
a 3.
3 more power.
Wow!
Hey, there you go.
Thanks, man.
Neo, 2011.
Neo, you're the best.
You did 3?
Yeah.
I blocked 2, I take 1.
Okay. Alright, we gained damage equal or power equal to the damage dealt, and because of that 3 power, now we could also empower Dark Lightning!
Alright, guys. You know, I knew that it was going to be worth signing on to stream today. You guys would get me
Last
fired
night
up.
I went to a bar with a friend of mine.
Okay.
The bartender asked me if I wanted to go out after this drink. I told her I have a girlfriend. She told me, okay, but I need to close the bar.
Ah, goodness great.
Lady dying on the side of the road. You have a chance to save her. Ma'am, do you need me to do the Gamma Leap for your Hulk before you bleed out? Oh, God.
Yep. And say, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah, chat for real. You saved that one. Man, imagine that.
I like that. As much as I want Andrew to win, we should play fair, says Neo Kenobi. And yeah, absolutely. Like, especially something like that, that it wasn't so much just like forgetting to use a superpower or something. Like, he scored that point, he should have it. Absolutely.
100%. It looks like Taylor is mostly healed from Ben's throttling earlier.
Here in just...
After the stream yesterday, I accidentally swallowed some food coloring. The doctor says I am okay, but I feel like I've died a little on the inside.
I like it. Stop me if you've heard this one.
People surrounding me that can help me figure out those.
Is that really the time?
No, it's this hasn't reset from Eastern,
Oh,
so it's an hour ahead.
woo!
3:21.
You're gonna get me in trouble.
House of W says it is now. I'm making a recipe for paint jam.
Do not do that. Do not do that. I'm not responsible for this. Don't put that on me. Terrible.
But
Terrible.
if you need to head out, by all means. I really appreciate you stopping by. This is always.
How
an
long have I
absolute
been
delight.
on?
I don't really know.
It feels.
And
According to a homicide police report, 10 years ago I asked my childhood sweetheart, my best friend, and the most beautiful women in the world to marry me. And amazingly enough, all 3 of them said no.
all right. We'll take it.
Yes. Because I'm thinking, like, if